then we in the names to 3. We wanted one person, and this is now a thing of to be open, and you need to have your own. You anything back. If you are there for civil society, you need to be with civil society. It's still not working 100%. There are still people who are at government. Some saying they are there for now. And there's no feedback. And every time when civil society are saying to police or saying us, then oh, we do. You have a representative there. Then we say who? And they say, and then we are saying, but put that person there. And the feedback supposed to come. So it has to be clean up, you know. We cannot, that's really that the interaction can start, and that they can also what is on that website. Because if you there, that is now the landing page of the website. There you see at the bottom, the social platforms, the icons on the right-hand side. Those 3 little stripes, the menu. If you click on the menu, you will see a massive lot of information. They have, of course, how about us, you have the news, then there's specific information for civil society. There, click on that, we will show you later. You will find bills of government. For instance, the Third National Youth Employment Bill, Empowerment Bill is there. We have of issues there, that document that is printed there, if you lose it, you will find it there online. We will show you what are the kinds of documents that are very important. We have the Sovereign Wealth Fund, for instance, there. We have government civic partnership policy that you have there. We will tell you what is the rollout now happening, this partnership policy. And that's why we are here, because I don't want people having to do that, saying anything about it. And it's directly going to affect us, how it is going to be, and we are supposed to contribute what it should look like. And also now with the fund that you were talking about, with drawing out of now, next year they are no more there, so it must go through the ministry, so it must become taxpayer money, no more outside funding. How is that going to work? There was a whole workshop in Swakopmund, former ombudsman, and Nanaso, Nanaso co-chair and the former ombudsman the chair, were crafting some kind of a policy. How will this work if government is in not having the responsibility to disperse funding to all those organizations and so on, with whatever global was funding previously. So there are lots of things going to change, and if we are not knowledgeable with the train, and the train so it's very important to be informed. You see the info for CSOs there, you've got a peer review mechanism. Anybody have that one? You see? It sits in Windhoek already for years. You haven't. That thing is very important. It's very close to home. We will show you a video on how it was formed. It was former presidents like Thabo Mbeki from South Africa and Olusegun Obasanjo from Nigeria that were saying, why should we always just listen to critics from outside? Let us look at ourselves and see how can Africa improve itself. So the African peer review mechanism, peer means this on the same level, no? Country to country, we look at ourselves. You will see in the video there's a nice place where the guy says we are going to look into the mirror first. So how it started and what's already done. Namibia has finished looking at itself in the mirror. There's a report. I made input into that one because it was on Zoom, because it was COVID. There were about 17 people who logged onto that Zoom thing. And they took in it was a long story because it has 5 chapters. And you have to do a lot of reading because the first thing was the university. They got the contract to write, look in the mirror and write first. Then it was given for input. We did that. That was done, finished in 2020. Yeah, 2020. Yeah, in February around 2021, that one was now finished. Then the next stage is that there is coming a mission from outside and check, reading the report, checking what's in the townships, what is happening everywhere, to say this is true or not true, and then they write another report. And so it goes on. I will tell you later on more about it. I think we can just now go back to Civic and just have a look at our launch video, which was in 2019 towards the end, and one of our trustees is speaking there, Mr. Titus, who's also the director for the Namibia Media Trust. You will see, for instance, what we would like you as CSOs here to think about is to start work amongst yourselves. So she's also part of the Action Coalition. So we are all starting with little umbrella bodies. So have a look how we started. The former ombudsman speaking. This is coming from One Africa TV. They did this one.
The Civic +264 website is a voluntary online platform for information sharing between civil society organizations and the government. The Ombudsman, Advocate John Walters, at the launch of the website said that information is the currency of transparency, adding that civil society organizations are key partners for the government in the promotion of human rights.
The Ombudsman to securing human rights for all and effective public service delivery to all Namibians is too big, too important, and too difficult for one single institution to achieve. It can best be achieved if all those involved in promoting and protecting human rights work together. I did not, at the time of taking office, know the value of cooperation with a civil society. Currently, we are so busy with to see whether it can review the old partnership agreement, civil society and government, which is dated 2005 or 2004, but we are stalled a little bit in that exercise.
Zoe Titus, an active member of civil society in the Access to Information arena, described the website as a user-friendly and transparent platform that allows various civil society associations to upload their information onto the database, and that such information will also be accessible to other civil society organizations and the government.
We believe in simple and straightforward. The navigation on this website is simple. And the important element here is that potential civil society organizations can come to the website, they can register, design their username and a password, and they can control, in essence, what information is represented on the website about them. Obviously, that information goes to an administrator who will review it, verify it, and check it before it goes live. What is the value of this website? We believe that there is so much happening in Namibia and so much being done by civil society that goes unnoticed, underreported, and this is an opportunity for us to showcase the incredibly important work that civil society does.
Civic Plus 264 is a voluntary association set up by 5 civil society organizations such as IPPR, Legal Assistance Center, Citizens for an Accountable and Transparent Society, Namibia Media Trust, and the Namibia Institute for Democracy.
Thank you. Okay, so you see that was when we were launching. And the idea behind it, and I must say it's really an exciting development because it gives access to anybody on the globe. As long as you have data and you have connectivity, you can know what's cooking there. And Bradley will also present what is actually the things that you can draw, the information that you can get from it, and how you can become part of it, because you can now list yourself, or you can ask us to list you. We will present you with the questions that the system is going to ask, so that you're not stuck while you are online, that you can see on paper what is this machine going to ask you, that you can get all the information already, write it down, and when you go online, you just type in what you have already put on your paper, so that you are not stuck there and say, oh God, now I have to start all over again because I have to get out of it, you know, and so on. So, Bradley?
Yes. Just a question before.
Yes, please.
Is this the first meeting? You spoke of the one in 6 July.
Yeah, that one was with the Minister of Finance,
Okay.
the Ministry of Finance
Yeah.
and the National Planning Commission
Yeah.
on budget processes in Namibia, because we were saying every time when the budget is tabled in Parliament, we get upset. And then we say, aye, this money shouldn't have gone here, it should have gone here, but then it's too late.
Yes.
Because and that's why we said, we want to catch this process. Where must we be? When is happening what? So they were now presenting, but it was rather chaotic. You can see that these people there's not a streamlining of the thing. Each one is busy with their thingy here, and they presented, you know, a PowerPoint presentation. And I mean, people who are working on budgets and who are intelligent and knowledgeable, like the executive director from the Institute for Public Policy Research. He said, geez, you know, we just felt we still don't know. All that we see is that things are not going right, and that there are buildings that are at, you know, foundation level, and the money is gone and the contractor is gone and nobody's holding them accountable. So we are still not happy with what we got. So the next the next step is now the midterm budget review, which always happens in October. But the ministry is saying we already before the end of July need to give our input so that it can be worked in. So by the time October it goes to Parliament, our stuff is in. So now on the 22nd of July, not 22nd of July, that is when civil society is going to be consulted by the minister personally. And Kanjoda said the Director General of the National Planning Commission, he will avail himself as well to what we want now. Okay, you can't upset the whole apple cart because the budget has been approved for this year until next year, end of March, but the rest of the half a year is still over, and they can reallocate some of the money that is still left. Let's take a little bit away here and put it there. That is now the second time that we are doing this. The first time we did last year, but then we felt we were actually a little bit cheated because it seems that that was too late. That was on the initiative of the minister. That was put was the zero rating with VAT on sanitary pads, that they take away the VAT. So they were saying, okay, that's a good idea, they will do that, but they didn't. So we still need to say, okay, when are you going to implement that? So there will be a continuous thing where we as civil society need to say, remember, what did we ask? And was it granted? Was it implemented? So I think even, you might think, zero rating on sanitary pads is such a small issue, but we have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And government needs to see civil society being committed, but professional. We shouldn't just bark, for every little thing. We need to become accountable. We need to be professional, and we need to have some kind of a memory and a history, what was asked, that we follow up so that government takes us seriously. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Yeah, so 22nd July, that is one of the links that we will share with everyone that we were now having on our lists. If your email address is hopefully clearly written, then we can send you the link. Okay.
Thank you.
Here we have, we want to welcome Louisa.
Thank you.
Louisa.
I came a bit late.
Yeah.
Just want to add on perhaps, the National Planning Commission was here with Hyphen and the Presidency's office on the green hydrogen, and they had a session about the national budget processes. I think that might have emanated from your discussions. So they did a presentation to see where it starts, how they set up a budget and all that. But yet it's still important for civil society, once they are really organized, to know that these structures exist from local, regional, and national level. So you start with local authority, where you have a local authority economic development committee. With the constituency, we have the settlement development committee, constituency development, where then the settlement, the local authority is represented on constituency. And then from constituency to region.
that it needs to be done officially and properly, and then it needs to be followed up. Sometimes we always think, you know, I've submitted this thing and it will be taken care of, but you need to, every 3 weeks, you have to follow up and ask, okay, where is my letter now? With whom is my letter now? But also that it is not one person. If you are a network, it will have much more impact. The Hardap region civil society organizations network really works well. They set themselves up. They have their leadership structures. They have a Facebook page. The other day after we were there, they caught fire again, and they even had a press statement where they tackled an issue. They had a call for blankets for in the whole region now, with contact points that can be done. That, and we tagged it and retweeted this whole thing again. So once you send us some things and you have it on your social media, then we have it very easy and put it on our social media. Those people who are on our social media put it on their social media, so it goes like wildfire. And that is the good thing if you start that. So if you create a network and you have your own Facebook page, which is the most sought after one, these things you can do for free. It costs you nothing. You just need an administrator, and it should be more than one. You know, that you can put your issues there, and the discussion starts, and you get more and more members onto your network, and you really, you know, start talking, and you get people from Aus, and you get people, you know, from neighboring villages and towns and so on, that you create a local one, and then you have the regional one, that you really tackle stuff, and that you know what's happening in the other towns. You know, when we were in Keetmanshoop, we had a guy there, one of my friends, still from my political days. He was mobilizing there, and he went haywire. We had people from Tes, we had people from Berseba, we had people from Batani, and of course we had to pay their transport, which was, I was in shock, but I mean, you had to do it, because that was actually a good thing that they came from outside Keetmans, not only Keetmanshoop, so that they could also get this message, because they are also part of the region, and they do have networks, sometimes very wanky, but they do, and at least, you know, they can, you can communicate in other ways than necessarily with you know, the internet. But there are so many things that one can do, and then they start to becoming exciting, because you're not working in isolation. Okay.
You said something very strong there.
Yeah.
Say, after what was that formed after you visited them? Because I'm looking at now to say, now like this sitting here, what is the expectations after this?
Yeah, no, they were actually, they existed before we came, but because we started to make use of them, they revitalized. And there was a room full of people, and they were so happy to see one another again, and they said, we cannot let this sleep again, you know. And like I said, and after that, they immediately took on as a group and tackled a social problem, and made a press statement as the network. So they put themselves out there again, and after that, they even had another thing that was giving themselves publicity by this call for blankets, you know, for the region. So it does help, you know, if somebody comes from outside and comes and visits you and brings you together. We have seen everywhere that is so welcomed, you know, that the local organizations don't do it by themselves. And I mean, it should start as becoming by themselves. The issue is just always who calls. If you don't have, you know, a structure that you say, okay, you are the chairperson. Because if you just go and you call, then the others, you know, ourselves, they would say, who the hell are you to call me, you know? Who made you my boss, you know? So, yeah, there needs to be some goodwill to get these things going.
Okay. I think we can just continue. So the next part is about presentation of Civic Plus 264 website, social media platforms. So I mainly work on updating all the information on the Civic Plus 264 website and the social media platforms. One of the things I was actually doing right now is I was just sharing some stuff on our Facebook and trying to upload something on Twitter about the event now. So you'll find that on the website it's very useful. So I'll just start off with giving you an overview to give you a better understanding of what you can get on the website, where you can find the information and what you may find of relevance. So in terms of an overview, before we get into like more details on everything there, you will see at the top, that's the login. We'll look at it a little bit later. The contact, if you press there, that's where you will get the contact information of both myself and Corolla. And then the about, so that's more information about Civic Plus 264, its directors, etc., etc. And then you also see on your right-hand side, there's the icon. Press there. On each of the icons, it's going to redirect you to the relevant social media platform. So this is for on the computer, but I know most people also just visit from their mobiles because it's just easier. So if you visit it from your phone as well, it's the same. The link is www.civic264.org.na. If you go there, you will see it looks a little bit different. But you will see all the stuff that's on the top bar there, the maroon one, it's actually at the very bottom of the page. So that's where you will access that. You will also find that instead of having this bar here on the mobile menu, it's rather got the three little lines. So that's where you access the menu bar on the phone. Okay, cool. So just in terms of what you can get on the website, so basically it's anything of relevance to civil society, whether you're a CSO, whether you're just an individual that wants to be knowledgeable about what's going on in the country. You will find on the home page, this is the home page that we're on right now. You will see next to that, the next item there is, do you have the space if you can sit there? Okay, you will see home, next to home, you will see news, so that's where we upload all the news. So if there's events upcoming or like a write-up about the event we had last week. So last week, Wednesday, we had the National Ministry of Finance, what was it? It was the
Which one are you talking about? The 6th of July?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's so many things happening. But
yeah, yeah, it was the ministry, it was not the minister, it was the Ministry of National Planning Commission, because the two must work. The ministry gives the money and the national planning decide where must it go.
Yeah, so that was last week, and it was basically more like an info session for civil society organizations on how the national budget process actually works. So information and presentations on the news there. For CSOs, you'll see we've got about 104 civil society organizations that are listed there under CSOs, but we'll also go into that a little bit more. Info for CSOs, Ms. Engelbrecht covered that a little bit as well, but there you will find all the information from the African Peer Review Mechanism, annual reports of CSOs, Enhancing Participatory Democracy, GRN policies, etc. But this is just an overview quickly. Under opportunities, you'll find calls for proposals. So usually when we get anything from like development partners, whether it be the UN, whether it be like a fund for local cooperation from like the Finnish, the Canadians, or we just actually got another one yesterday from the United Kingdom, the UK, the British High Commission, yeah. So that's probably going to be added there as well. You also find there are other stuff that we share as well, which is like other calls and opportunities. Sometimes expressions of interest go out. Like the last one that we shared was from the SOS Children's Villages. They were looking for a board secretary, so we put that up. Education and training, always some stuff happening there. And vacancy announcements. Cool. That's basically it. You will see that there's a whole lot able to get through the website. I think now we can maybe just go a little bit into detail, starting with the homepage. Okay, so this is the homepage. Basically, it says that, you know, the aim of Civic plus 264 is civil society organizations in Namibia and a website for information sharing amongst those organizations. So mainly the database, or I mean, there is one of listed organizations under CSOs, which we will go into. So that's one of the main benefits of the website, is we're hoping that we can create this repository of where, if you're looking to contact like the SOS Children's Villages, you can go there, the information of that CSO is there, you'll contact someone, they will pick up, you know, it's up-to-date, accurate contact details. Or you will see some of the organizations here, such as DAP. DAP is already listed, is also already listed on the website. So you will see that when we go on the CSOs, but the other thing is, okay, the other thing of the news. So there's also another separate tab where you see all of the news stories, but here you just see the first 6 or whatnot. So if you look here, what was shared here, this was the training that happened last week with the Ministry of Finance and the NPC, and we had some civil society organizations there. So it just gives you like a little overview text here, which is Civic plus 264 and IPP hosted a training for civil society. And then here you see 123 people viewed this. They opened it. You can't really see the date, but you also see this was on the 7th of July that it was posted. So already from the 7th, this is now the 15th, so many people have already had a look at it. So the thing is, the website does actually get the reach. We do see that when we're drawing up the analytics reports. We actually just submitted the analytics report for the first 6 months of this year. And we saw that literally the amount of people that visited the website were as close to the whole of the previous year that we had of 2021. So we're seeing it's getting more traction in general. So if you open it, if you want to read more about this, now you saw, okay, cool. I mean, Civic had this training, or this training happened for CSOs, but I mean, I couldn't make it. Maybe let me just read more and see what was this all about. So there it gives you the entire story. It's got the heading there, it's got some pictures there, it's got a little bit of overview text. These are the trainers from the Ministry of Finance and the NPC. Actually, they just mainly gave presentations. These are the people that spoke, but importantly, you will be able to access the stuff that they went over here. So you will get some of the presentations. So if you just click on it, takes a little bit of a while. There, you see. So you will actually be able to access all the information there. And then there was also, we did experience some problems with the live stream on the day there, but you will see if you maybe want to follow like a little bit of the conversation, you will also be able to click here on this link to view the live stream, which was, let's see.
This is just a budget.
Okay, so that was one of the trainers. Okay, cool. So you can basically see what you can get in general. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. So whatever you've missed, if we had live streamed it, it will be there. And even on our Facebook page, also the stuff that go through that, and you can click on the links and you can watch whatever has happened in Windhoek before, so that you can catch up.
Yeah. Okay. So other than that, you will see there are some more other things here as well. I think I'll just flag a couple of more that may be upcoming.
The hard up
Yeah.
on the right. Do you see there's a hard up CSO's network?
Yeah.
Lend a hand donation drive that they put on their social media. We saw it and we put it on ours as a news item.
So okay, so the other, maybe the only other thing of interest may be, so we're also gonna put this up, like, you know, this info session that we're having right now. But this was also one that we previously had. This was one from the Kharas region. So we visited Rehoboth and Marienthal. That was towards the end of last month. It was really, I think it was really, the participants seemed to get a lot from it. In the session that we had in Rehoboth, we also had the mayor join us. And then you'll also be able to read about some of the stuff that happened there. So I think as far as the homepage goes, those are the main things from me on the homepage. Do you want to add something else? Maybe? Okay. So the thing is, like I said, on the homepage you only get like an overview of some of the stuff that are on the website. If you go down, you'll also see beneath the news that you have the sectors. So this goes in line with what we will get here when we visit CSOs. So we'll go into detail, but you will see here the icons. You've got all these, like you've got children here. So if you click on that specific sector, it's gonna take you to organizations that have indicated that they work with children. It's one of the sectors that they identify with. So in that sense, you will see one of the organizations here, although they are not active at the moment, or they are...
They had to close their doors, unfortunately, because of funding that was no longer there. But they are still, continuing with the early childhood development section. But they don't do all the other services anymore.
So now that you've, it's got that little thing here, children, because that's what you pressed on. So all those organizations come up. So you see you've got Clash because they work with children. Autism Association of Namibia, they also work with children, so that's why they come up. They're beautiful kids. Also works with children. It's more like a creche, I think. So Children's Home Namibia, Chi Namibia Arts Education and Development, Christ Home. This one actually needs to go off the website because we're unable to actually locate whether this organization is contactable in Okahania. And the only information that we have on them is also this international contact number. Because the thing is, sometimes you have international CSOs or like international organizations that are not necessarily based here. Maybe they just run like a single thing, and then they have, although they seem as though they've got like a presence here, but it's not that they've got like a active presence here. So you will see when we talk about one of the prerequisites for self-listing, I think that's going to be some of the stuff that we're going to look into very seriously. because we want this to be a platform for Namibian civil society organizations, to also get the exposure, the work that they're doing, to get it out there, do you understand? Because it fills that need that maybe, you've got all these CSOs or whatever doing such great work, but it does not get the due attention that it needs to receive. So if we go back to the home page.
I just want to say something. The benefit of this thing. For instance, Namibia, they are a small little network for organizations with working with children. They wanted to apply for a call for proposals for funding, and they were phoning us and saying, "Can you give us the names of organizations that are working with children?" You see, so if you are there and you are a properly constituted organization, and a ministry or another CSO or whoever or donor people want to know who is working in that sector, the more we have people that are listed there, the easier it is for us to forward your information. Otherwise, how would we know? No? But we will have to take off some. In the beginning, when the website was created, the website developer just Googled and put stuff in. So that's how this one organization that we have now clicked is in the USA or something. We need to take off. Yeah.
Okay. So if you press, we will cover this when we get to CSOs, but you will see initially it just shows up with a short description. So if you press on more information, you get the full information of that particular CSO. Just because DAP is also here, you will see, no, it's not,
Yeah, DAP is somewhere else.
Yeah, it's somewhere else, I think rural and urban or something.
But DAP is not working with children particularly, is it?
But they have a school for children in Tapi, I don't know.
But you see, you must now look, where is DAP and how is it listed? If you find it is not listed under the correct place, you must let us know. Because they did this.
Yes.
No?
So that's basically in summary the home page.
But go to DAP that we can see what's happening there.
Okay, so this
DAP
is
the only one that's listed that is here today, right?
DAP and positive vibes.
Yeah, let us go there and
Okay.
see what's happening there.
So if you want to access civil society organizations, or also if you think that there's really like active organizations that really have a reach that's doing really great stuff, also you can maybe recommend maybe this organization should be listed there. Or if you're looking for an organization and you find that, oh, I can't find this organization's contact details anyway, maybe just let us know as well, so that we can try to list them on the website, so the next time someone looks for the information, they will be able to easily get it. So if you want to find the CSOs, you will go to CSOs. So you will see it's got full list. So those are all the organizations that are listed on the website. You will find them under full list. Alphabetically. And then you will see the sectors that we just saw as icons right now on the home page. Those are just written out. And then if you press on any of them, like if you press on children again, you will get the same one that you got as though you pressed on the icon for children. The benefit of this, or what we are hoping the benefit from this could be, is that it doesn't matter, maybe if you are a CSO and you want to maybe collaborate with other CSOs, or you want to look at some of the projects that they're doing, or something in that sense, you can just go and maybe look at an organization that also works with children and saying I'm trying to ideate maybe this kind of project. I see you've worked on a funded project before this. How were you able to do that? You understand? And that's one of you will see the tagline for Civic is connect, collaborate, and communicate. So we're trying to, establish that kind of sense of, connecting, collaborating, and you actually working together. if you go more towards the development partner side or the government side, you'll find that this could also be a place where, say, for instance, I mean, if it does get to that point, that local authorities could maybe also go to full list and say, okay, you know, I just want to get, you know, some of the CSOs in Luderitz, and then you'll be able to put in Luderitz, and then you see that, okay, those are the CSOs there. I mean, for Luderitz, it's not at that point yet. Maybe if you go more towards, because most of the CSOs that we have are centralized towards Kharas Region at this point. So if you press on full list, you see there's about 104 organizations. You know, if your organization is not listed here, you can add a listing either through here, or you can add a listing by going to login. But all the organizations that are currently listed on the website, you will find them here. You've got Action Coalition, you've got UPLI, but I actually want to go to some of the ones that are here today, which is DAP and Positive Vibes. Yeah, so there it is. So development aid from people to people, DAP Namibia, the address is down there in Windhoek North. Do these details look correct?
But the one that I know is the one at the north, not the one in Windhoek. I don't know, maybe we have the office there, but the basic office that we are using is at the north.
Interesting.
Yes, it's the one that we have there.
That's weird.
Is it like...
But I mean, the one in Windhoek is active. I know the guys who are running.
Yeah, it's there. The
Okay,
head office is at the north.
the head office is in the north. Is it like, is it like a separate project, a program that you work on? Because you said it's DAP, TCE or
Yes,
something.
that TCE, the one that we are operating with the HIV and so on.
Or is that the total control of the
Epidemic.
epidemic? Okay.
So it's having a lot of things. There's schools, there's a lot of projects involved in.
Okay.
But you need to look at this listing, and you need to discuss it with your leaders and say, you know, is that how we want to look like?
Yeah, yes, I will use this book.
Yeah.
If maybe we are going with it, then I'll just go, I will add some of them, then we get them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this book is now already, you know, something that's in a book. As soon as you print it, it's outdated.
Yes.
And you can't correct it. That's why we have this thing here where you can immediately, and this is for free. You know,
even if you check here, the region active, we are just having 8, but for now we are both in all 14 regions.
Yeah, you see.
So,
yeah. But I mean, the book is nice. I mean, you can go through it and see all the, so it does do a function.
Yes.
You know, it serves a purpose, and it's good to have a book as well. But what I'm saying is we need you to keep an eye on the online stuff that can be easily corrected.
yes.
To let us know, you know, and say, whoa, here's something, you know, you need to update. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean that's that. Also the thing is, if you were having like experiences, or like, you know, you're going through a directory and you find that, oh, okay, like, I mean, I got this contact number from the directory, the online one, and it's not going through, we're not getting like a response or whatever, just let us know as well, so that we can follow up with the organization if the contact details are still correct. Because we want this to be like a reliable directory. So, I mean, here you will find that if you press on website, you'll be able to go to their website. So it's going to open up their website. You know, so that's the DAP Namibia website. So you can see some of the work that they do directly. And then if you have directions to the office that they've indicated where they're active. If you press on more information that they provided in terms of the work that they do, so you will see here the managing director is the main contact that we have down there. That's Kirsten Moller Jensen. Is that correct? Oh, the lady's not here anymore. And then that's the email, namibia@iway.na. That's the contact number that we have. Unfortunately, it's only a landline. We also usually like to have mobile contact numbers as well, because sometimes, like the last time, it was with Red Cross, where we had the NBC reach out to us and they could not contact the Red Cross through the telephone numbers they provided for us. So now we had to try to get alternative numbers and send emails and stuff like that, which was quite a lengthy process. So it's always good to have the mobile numbers there as well, in order for the organizations to be reachable. You will see under sectors they've indicated education, health, rural and urban development. They've given us a description here.
So there's nothing for children there.
Yeah, there's nothing for children.
It says education, and the person probably thought that was enough.
Yeah, I mean, it does say they work with children, but they could add it as well. But also the other thing is it really like, the other challenge as well is that sometimes you may be like, it's usually good just to like choose your main categories, you understand? It's sometimes rather better to use keywords. So keywords is just like you can add all sorts of keywords. You will just make sure that the organization shows up if someone searches something related to that. But categories is like, you know, like your main focus. So if your main focus is like youth, that's what you work on, but also in conjunction to that, you mainly focus on like health issues, etc., etc. You can add that as well. But you don't need to add now every single category just because it correlates to your organization. And then you're gonna have your organization, it's like, what is it? Like, it's like, I mean, it's very, because the thing is you will see sometimes under some sectors, you have like an organization showing up and you're like, why is this organization showing up here? It's because you just,
too many keywords, too many keywords. Remember also what the president was saying. Civil society thinks they have to say something on everything. And then he says, not, you know, in developed countries, they are specialists. You know, you need to find your niche. Because if you are doing education, another one in Luderitz does education, why are you each one doing it separately? Why are you not combining? And so get yourself sorted so that, you know, the whole story is always to be professional, you know? And to be known. If you are all over the place, people will say, yeah, that they work in civil society, but I'm not quite sure what they are doing. You know, you need to find your story, you know, that everybody, if they say there's something about education, you immediately something comes up because you are strong in it and you have a track record already that you have done stuff.
okay. So that's that. You will see with the description, I think it's quite nice. I usually like it when organizations indicate how they incorporate it. So saying you are like, they say, registered as an association not for gain, since 1990 and welfare organization, carry out welfare development work. I think they could have like a little bit more information about the organization. Because I mean, this is the platform, you don't know, it may be like a development partner or someone that's interested in collaborating with the organization. So it's good to, it's free advertising, good to show your organization in the best light as possible. You will see some CSOs, for instance, they provide us with like a whole bunch of information. One of the organizations that also annually provide us with their annual reports is the Legal Assistance Center. So you will see under info for CSOs, we also have an option for annual reports of CSOs. And I mean, like if you're in civil society or non-profit, you need to be as transparent and show the work that you're doing as possible. It just shows this is a credible organization. So the LAC has submitted it to, you will see here under info for CSOs. If you go to annual reports, you'll find the one from LAC, you'll find the one from the Shackdollers Federation of Namibia as well. So I think with that,
Esther is there. Esther, is Kirsten Müller-Jensen still the managing director?
Yes,
Okay, so that's correct.
yes, that's correct.
And that landline
So,
number?
I think that one is the one because him is in Windhoek.
It's a she.
It's a he. He's in Windhoek.
No,
Is it a she?
Kirsten Müller is a she, but there's another guy in Windhoek with whom I've
Kirsten.
never had connection to a Kirsten. I have to a guy, is a blonde guy.
Bicky.
What?
Bicky.
What is his
His
real name?
name. That's the only name that we know. And it's the name that is standing there is Bicky. Yeah.
Vicky.
Bicky.
Vicky.
B. Yeah.
No, that sounds not right. Now this other guy is also always coming when we have civil society meetings.
It's a tall.
Yeah, blonde hair. He sounds like he's from Denmark or something originally, but he's married here, has children here with a local lady.
There are a lot in there. So the one that is down to us is Bicky. That is the one that I mostly.
David Cockburn
Then
is the guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the most visible person.
Oh,
Yeah.
one there at the top, the one that is here on our level
Yeah.
is Becky. He's the one who used to come visit us here in Luderitz also.
Yeah.
Then because his office, the one that I know is in Ngodiva.
Mhm.
Then we have now the office, like our office, the main office of us for Kharas is in Ketmans, which now the other three people that are will communicate to us, then it's come to us now, the group leaders, then the field offices.
But this one, I wonder whether that one is still there.
But I have heard the name of Kistin,
That's it.
yes. Because he's on top there, then the second one, then the third one, then.
But Kirsten Müller is a lady.
But then I just have to find out,
Yeah, we will have to call that number and check whether she's still around.
yes.
Okay.
That's it when it comes to CSOs. So we've covered the news. That's where you will get all of the news items. One of the suggestions that we got yesterday when we were in Marienthal, no, not Marienthal, Keetmanshoek, so many times, was that maybe we can separate, because one of the things is, it's like with what Ms. Titus was saying in the video, we want this to be like very user-friendly, like easy to use, like not too complicated, so just about anyone can access it and get the information they need. So one of the suggestions we got from one of the participants yesterday in Keetmans was maybe it would be nice to separate the events from the news, do you understand? So I can just see, okay, in terms of events, like this is what's happening when, or like maybe this may be of interest, so that like I get the events separately from just like the normal news items. So that's one of the notes I'd made from there. But you will see, like in terms of events, one of the upcoming things right now is the Hans Seidel Foundation. They're having like a national conference on sustainable forest management as a key to unlock its potential. So I mean, if you're interested in nature and stuff, that's for you. But I mean, obviously, like if your niche is not in like climate action and like environment, you're more interested in like health and human rights, then it's also fine. It's just like maybe if you know someone, you can be like, hey, I know you work on these kind of stuff. Did you hear about that national conference that's coming up on environment? So that's it for new CSOs. Info for CSOs here you will find. I mean, Corona will go in depth about all these things. These are actually very, very important things. And I don't want them to just go over people's heads, but it's actual, like the African peer review mechanism. One of the things they did towards the end of last year, I think they've recently just finalized their, their country self-assessment report. You'll find that some of these mechanisms or like programs or whatever they are, they report on how things are on the ground for Namibia. So why is it important for CSOs to be involved in a process like that about how Namibia reports itself?
I mean, it speaks to the issue of accountability.
Yes, exactly, accountability. So the thing is, like, I mean, you as a CSO, the thing is, usually CSOs have like more reach into like the communities, do you understand? That's where the policy that's on your tables comes from, the GRN-COPP, Government Civic Organizations Partnership Policy. The thing is, CSOs can also sometimes reach places that maybe some government offices can't, or some of the OMAS. So in that sense, it's very important that these two stakeholders work together. Like, you on a grassroots level would probably know, like, this could probably not work, you understand, just given your experience from a grassroots level. So in that sense, you will see like the APRM, they released like a report on the country self-assessment report. So it basically looks at, what's going in the country across 4 different areas. Aside from that, one of the other things that they did was they released a targeted review on youth unemployment, which is very important because we know in Namibia, employment, especially for young people, is a very big issue right now. So other than that, you will find like enhancing participatory democracy, like Carola will go over all of these things. So you may sit like a little bit there, like, what is he saying? But it will make sense after she's gone through her part in terms of all these things. Opportunities, so that's where you get stuff like calls for proposals, funding, vacancy announcements. So call for proposals, you'll find, like I said previously, sometimes development partners release specific calls, whether it's project-based, so this is like, we want to, like this last one was from the Finnish embassy, but it's closed right now. So they were funding projects specifically, and they were giving that specific amount, 50,000 to 100,000 euros, which is a lot in terms of Namibian dollars, but over 12 months to 24 months. And they were looking to work on projects specifically in human rights. Human rights and equality, youth employment and entrepreneurship, climate resilience. So, I mean, if you see maybe like, okay, cool, I mean, we do some stuff in, say, for instance, youth employment. You understand, maybe you're running like a project here, with young people, like and you're running some projects, or you're a project that's running like, okay, well, maybe I could apply for something like this to increase the capacity of what you're already doing. So I think those are the main things. I think the thing is, like, you realize one of the things that you see with CSOs is that you've got some CSOs with like a lot of capacity. You see they're active in like all of these regions and stuff. And then also at the same time, you see CSOs that don't maybe have like as much reach. They don't have like much experience in terms of like, financial management, or like, getting stuff, their financial statements audited and things like that. So I think like those are one of the things that, if you've got something like this and you see maybe, okay, cool, I mean, this CSO is working, they've been working on this, they've maybe received some funding from organizations like this before. Why don't I maybe try to work with this particular one and like, be part of this call for proposals with him, and then learn from this, and then maybe in the future I can see how I can maybe improve, or how the CSO can improve to increase its reach as well. Am I being clear? Am I confused? Okay, cool. So you'll also find sometimes we share vacancy announcements as well. So we don't have any open at the moment, but SOS shared like a vacancy with us. When was it? Like in Feb. So they were looking for like assistant mothers. So like SOS, one of the things that they do is they try to increase the livelihoods of like young people, and they've got villages in like different parts of Namibia. So they were looking for like assistant mothers to be based at some of their villages. I think it was about 6 that they were looking for. So which is quite good. Like, I mean, they put down all the requirements there for the assistant mothers. Maybe like this is not something that may be of interest to you, but maybe you might know, like someone in your family's been looking, they've got experience with caregiving, you could be like, oh, they're looking for this, maybe you can apply. So I think that is it in general. I will just go over the social media pages as well. So you will see Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Facebook, we just accessed it now. Let's just quickly refresh it. And do this. I mean, basically because we find that not everyone has the capacity to always log onto the website. Also, you want to be active on places where people are. Do you understand? Usually people, Facebook is still like one of the best platforms to get a reach, just because so many people still use Facebook. Instagram and Twitter, mainly Instagram, that's where you reach predominantly the audience is kind of young people, but also it's also got like a more diverse spectrum of people as well. Twitter, you can get just about anyone on Twitter, and we've got LinkedIn, because that's where you find mainly most of the professionals, you've got your donors, you've got all these separate things. So you really cover all sorts of different audiences over all of them. So this is the Facebook. So what I was busy doing just now is I was sharing this. So you will see Kharas Media House is actually covering what we're doing right now, and you can also see what I'm busy doing right now. So I just shared that recently. Before that, you will see some of the previous stuff that I shared was NMT was having Action for Access. You will see one of the bills that recently got passed by Parliament is the Access to Information Bill. So that's actually going to make it easier for civil society to get information from the different offices, ministries, and agencies of government. So they've been running together with the Action Coalition. They've actually been championing for broader access. If you ask for information from these different OMASs, you should be able to get them. Okay, so same stuff that you get on the website, you get them here as well. You will see this is some information. We're based there. You will see the amount of followers. You will see contact number. That's my mobile number. Also the email address is there as well that you can contact us on. Same story, if you go back and if you press on Twitter, you go to the Twitter page. You can also, if you're on your phone, if you want to keep abreast, maybe follow it. This is probably the platform, aside from the website, where you get most of the engagement. So you will see it's the same stuff being covered there as well. So I mean, the idea is that you don't only need to go to the website. The thing is whichever platform that you use to kind of see what's happening would likely be sufficient. You understand? Mm-hmm. So it's you don't have to go over all of them and be but at least if you're using one of them, you will still be abreast of what's happening. So you've got the Instagram as well. You will see all the pictures there, the same stories that were covered. And then you have the LinkedIn as well. Okay, so that's our LinkedIn page with the same information as well. Okay, so I think it's coming to wrapping up now. So just in the sake of wrapping up, you will find some of the stuff also on the brochure, most of the about us information, but you will see, it's got decided they saw a need for, civil society, there being a place where, CSOs and civil society and development partners can just come and access information about civil society. So that's the chairperson from the Namibia Institute of Democracy, Ms. Naita Ishuno. NID is also the one that, published this booklet of the CSOs. You've got Ms. Tony Hancock from the Legal Assistance Center. You've got Mr. Graham Hopwood from the Institute for Public Policy Research. So next week, Friday, we're going to be having the consultation with the Minister of Finance on the mid-year budget review. So the thing is, what we're gonna do after this is we're also gonna send you the Zoom link as well, in order for you to be able to contribute and also, you know, maybe provide some input on that as well. And then next to IPPR, you have Ms. Zoe Titus from the Namibia Media Trust, and then you've got Corolla and myself, and then contact. That's where you can find our contact details. We're not really too finicky about being contacted by people, so both of our mobile numbers are there. Ms. Engelbrecht's one is there, so you can, you know, if there's something of interest that you want to share with us, or if you've got some questions, you can also contact us or send us an email. We are at the House of Democracy in Windhoek West. So I think that's that with the website. So I mean, it's got all of this information. What do you think will be the benefits of making use of the website? Do you think it's useful for you? What do you think you may be able to get as a CSO from it? Maybe anyone?
We'll get more exposure
More exposure for your civil society organization, that's correct.
and network.
To network, Rhoda?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the main issue. If you can check in your own sector, I mean, and that will actually enhance also our work. Like Bradley said earlier, if you are looking for people working in the same sector as you there, and you don't find those that you know of, you should push them and tell them, listen here, we are listed. These are the benefits. Go on that website and list yourself, or ask Bradley to list you. You know, get the information so that you can start listing.
Some of the other benefits maybe.
I think the first speaker said it all, I think, for me, because I think as an organization in the region, you're operating in 3 towns. I have a situation as we're talking here, like, I need to organize some activity in Oranienburg, but I'm finding it difficult to get relevant people that are needed for that activity. So if then people are registered, we just go to and then get all the details, and then I can go ahead and organize my event.
Did you show the location button?
No.
That is that we need to populate better. If you go to the side, do you see there? Just go up a little bit, slowly. Do you see there? Yeah, there were the all sectors, and then there's all cities. There you see, we still need to remove Brandberg. But do you see there's Hobab? What is the second one? A little bit small, there's also something weird. And then Okahandja, we need to really make these things work. So there's no Luderitz yet. So as soon as you are listing, Luderitz will come up. So if there are people who are looking for working together with civil society in a certain area, they can go look what is there. And also for councillors. The issue is just to be there. You know, you must make your presence. And even if you have like DAP, if you are in Luderitz, it needs to say so. You know, all the places where you are, the same with positive vibes. You know, you need to be there to be shown up in every one of the places where you have activity. So if the political leadership are looking for something, if the ministries are looking for something, you need to be there. Because that would be the most fair way of being chosen, if you are all there, you know, and especially if you have the network you know, that there is one entry point for you know, that we add even a it says, you know, full list, and then it says umbrella bodies. That we have another one that says we have, just like Councillor Susan said, told us how does the stuff work in the government side, that we have the same kind of structures in civil society, so that the local development committees can contact the local CSO networks, and then it goes up. You know, don't you see? It sounds nice. It could work, because then if you have those structures, then you can make the government structures work better. Because then you will be there, then you will be notified what is happening, when are the government structures wanting information, if you are ready for it. Yeah. So we can have a break now, but before we do, can we welcome the two new ladies that came in? And let me first also, really I was busy introducing Louisa, that she can introduce herself.
I'm a bit late because I was at work, then I have to rush and out. My name is Lucia Philippus. I am a secretary for Kharas Media House, and I am a coordinator for NYSDP, which is National.
You must put this here. You know, really, that's serious. You must put here, you just said Kharas Media House, it doesn't say you are the secretary, and it doesn't say what you are doing for. NSY...
National Youth Sport Development Platform.
This
It's
guy
an
is
NYSDP. Yeah.
He's contacting me.
It's a
really, I send him and say, congratulations, you are there out there again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Louisa, for being here. And also,
yeah, it's there. I'm a coordinator for Kharas Region.
It's based in Kurenkuru, is that correct?
Yeah, the ED is based in Kurenkuru.
Yeah,
but we are in 14 regions now.
Yeah. Yeah, but they should show up then. And button that we have regional regional network. More value for your listing. Louisa, are you live streaming or?
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
You see? Thank you so much. Okay, the next lady.
I'm the EPDN officer for the Ministry of
Labor.
As an officer that was receive a letter from the regional office.
You heard, in any case, you heard from them.
It was supposed to be my administrator there. It was supposed to be. So you say that.
No, but welcome, welcome. But we also would like, you wrote the admin officer, that's fine. But the Ministry of Labour, doesn't it have different departments?
Yes.
So which department are you?
We have a Labour Directorate which deals with labour complaints. And then we have the Health and Safety Inspector, which is dealing with the health at work. There's different type of accidents, health, and then we have the Employment Division. But basically, we are still waiting for Employment Officer. And then we have the Labour Commissioner, who's dealing with these labor arbitrations and conservation meetings.
So in which one are you working?
I'm at the Planning and Administrative Department.
Okay, can you still add that, please?
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have
morning, everybody. My name is Erika. For the constituency.
So you are at the constituency office?
Yes, it's in the constituency office.
Is it Kako?
Yes.
Okay, so you are in civil society, you are not at government level?
No, I'm actually a volunteer.
A volunteer?
Yes, civil society.
Yeah, civil society.
Coordinate the community.
Yeah.
Just give more information.
Yes, please. You know what I'm always saying, when you get a platform, market yourself fully. Every platform you get, market yourself freely. Be proud of what you do. Put yourself out there that everyone, you know, when the self-introduction, usually with these workshops and people will send up, my name is, then sit down, nobody says which organization, nobody, you go home, you wonder, who are these people? You know? So you need to be clear.
Yes.
You know? Number one, what's your name? Which organization you represent, and what's your position in that organization?
Okay, let me start over.
Yes.
My name is Erika Jason. I'm the HIV coordinator of the NAMI Constituency Office. Basically what I do is I'm organizing and planning all the HIV activities in the constituencies. So I'm also working with the civil societies. I'm working with the line governments and all those things. Everybody who wants to plan something can come to our office, based at the regional office, and then I will help them plan with them.
So you are at the regional council office?
Yes.
You have a place there?
Yes.
You see, these are the interesting things that we need to explore. In how much does civil society work with government entities? You know, because the regional office is still government level at regional level, but it's still government, and it's still taxpayer money that goes there. And if we look at, you don't have it in color, but this policy that you have there, these are the things that needs to be explored to see how is it already working, that government and civil society organizations are working together, and in which sector is it working, and why is it working there and not somewhere else? And we will talk later about, because there will be people coming to you asking you. You need to be informed. And I said, I'm refusing to let you guys jump on civil society without them knowing.
There's healthy and other.
But that's just the health sector.
Yeah.
So something that is more encompassing. We have CARCOP already. The rest should organize themselves, and you need to find a focal point who will do all of it together. Yeah. But thank you for that information. So if you put CARCOP and everything on.
Yes.
Okay. No.
That means the
New persons. Welcome to everybody. Please identify, sir, about the organization and what your organization is doing. Are you organization or different? Different. Gerson? Josiah. Josiah. What's the organization's name? So you don't have an organization, you just run something else?
Yeah.
Okay, you need to get formalized.
Yeah. We are busy.
Community service?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Samuel Joseph. I'm the community.
The community what? Activist?
Yeah.
Did You were supposed, those that are here were supposed to have an organization.
We are busy.
My name is Thomas Butoko, and we send NISO, Namibia Informal Sector Organization.
Sector.
Yes.
Is it for the business sector?
Yes. For the informal sector.
But what for the informal sector? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. NISO. Yes.
My name is Anna Pop.
Can you just remove your mask?
My name is Anna Pop and I'm active as a voluntary for the disabilities.
Whoa, stop. Market yourself opportunity, not.
My name is Anna Pop and I'm activist and I'm volunteering for the disabilities. I'm always helping where is help you for the disabilities running around. Yes.
My name is Martha Abram. I am part of the Luderitz support group.
What does that mean?
A support group from HIV support group.
Are you working with other organizations that are working with HIV, for
HIV
instance,
through
COPP?
COPP.
Yeah. Okay, I'm very scared now that the word goes out there and everybody runs for lunch. We cannot accommodate any more people, okay? And we were really supposed that have organizations that are here. But unfortunately, if there's some more people, the kitchen will not be make number, and we told them 20. 22 with all of them.
We did count them.
Yeah. I will. Okay. Thank you. Right now, these ones that are.
Can we first take the group picture, or should we do it afterwards?
We can do it. Yeah. So out here, and markets.
And Junior. You representing Africa. Okay. But you were looking for somebody from Africa? What's your name? Yeah. You see, that's why I want to be part of represent the two.
Thank you so much. You are really, no, but it's fine. You are adding value to the. Thank you so much.
Corona. From Africa.
Who doesn't know him? Why are you asking?
I'm just, because I'm seeing the organization is not listed there. I'll tell her about it.
Yeah.
I'll show some.
Yes, what is the organization's name?
Rights Not Rescue.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the LGBTIQ plus community is very active.
Yeah.
But also, I know, that's why I'm saying, they know how to lobby and soy and.
Can you please picture? I want to go and see. I want to send some pictures to my office. Yeah, just picture.
I just want to take this out.
Just give it to me and tell me that she'll talk to her.
This one. Oh, that one. Oh. But you're not part of this organization. Then you must say disability caregiver. Okay, thanks. Listen, in Vietnam's work, we spoke mostly Afrikaans and we went Afrikaans, English, whatever, but it seems to me you are all okay with English? Yes. Are you okay? Yes. You must just ask if there's... if you look at your conference package, you will see there a variety of things. You have the book, right? You all have the book. Those that came new also, you all have the book. Yeah? So that is an attempt from the Namibia Institute for Democracy to list in a book form civil society organizations. So there will be organizations that are not on our list. Some of them that are in the book have now stopped working. That's always the case. You know? People come and go, and that's why I'm asking, you know, we need to formalize ourselves, we need to be structured and work as organizations together. Of course, whatever you do as an activist or what you do as a caregiver, like the lady at the back, is wonderful. I mean, you are giving yourself to your community. But if you want to be listed somewhere, you need to have some organizational membership, you know, belong somewhere where it is clear what you do and who is managing that organization, who is in charge, how do you manage your finances, your reports, and so on. That's unfortunately necessary, not for you to do your work, but for listing to be there. You need I mean, you can't list as a person. You need to list as an organization. Okay. And then you have this brochure about Civic, where we have very transparently put. Here in the front is something that we really need to start saying again and again to one another. Connect, collaborate, and communicate. That is the whole idea, how we should work together, not only as civil society, but also with governance structures, with ministries. That's how we Namibians should start operating. You know, connecting with one another, working with one another, and another word for that is collaborating, and then communicating like you did. I must say it was without you having a network. Fantastic how you people all came together today. You know, with somebody putting it out there and you are coming. So that is how you start communicating with one another. Unfortunately, you didn't always have the full disclosure what was today's event. And I apologize for that one. It was just not possible. We didn't know who to reach out in Luderitz, and I had a that where I was on in Good Morning Namibia, and he told me about Theo, and I contacted Theo, and the other one was Annelien van Wyk, who is the youth organizer at the regional council. No? She also knew a little bit of the Lüderitz one, so she sent a lot of faith-based organizations. That's how Susan Isaacs came on board, and I don't know who else of you was also contacted that way. So it's very important to have structures that can relay information. So this brochure, if you also see at the back, like Bradley said, on the website, there you have got our contact numbers, our email addresses. Then on the inside, we say who we are, and we are saying who are the founding organizations, the Legal Assistance Center, the Namibia Institute for Democracy, from whom you have the book. No? That is one of the founding organizations. Namibia Media Trust, one of the founding, and they are also our board members. So the lady that was speaking on the launch video, Zoe Titus, she's in charge of Namibia Media Trust, who's also one of our trustees and the founding members. And then Citizens for an Accountable and Transparent Society was my organization, but it is dormant. It was not a membership-based organization. We were just founded to track down corruption cases. The founders of that one was old veteran my goodness, how do I not get this together now? No, it was an investigative journalist who started it, who was John Grobler. But he is a lone wolf, you know, so that was not working well for the organization. He started it, but he doesn't know how to network together. So Hilaushi Tuete is the veteran SWAPO liberation struggle veteran, who was one of our founding members, but he is no more in a good condition because of his age, unfortunately. And then we had Raymond Heathcote, who is a judge of the Supreme Court, High Court, and somebody from Namfisa, and then myself. So I was the only woman there, and the men didn't get it together. So I just said, let's just go dormant. But I mean, we were still there when this organization was founded. So we are one of the founders. And there are your board of directors. My name is not there because I'm the coordinator, and I said no corruption here, no double dealings here. As long as I'm the coordinator, I cannot be listed as one of the trustees because I cannot have a vote on stuff that I am supposed to be supervised on. And then we have there the concept note, why was Civic started. For those who were here already know it. The other ones I'm just telling you. There was an umbrella body. Some say it's still there, Nangof and Nangof Trust. The one after the other died because of I don't know what. So we are investigating that because the government wants an umbrella body. And we need to see is Nangof clean. If it's clean, we can revitalize it. Otherwise, we must make another plan. So we started in 2018 as an idea, and we were launched in 2019 towards the end. And then our objectives, you can read there on the third side, to act as a conduit, a pipeline for information that is relevant to civil society in Namibia, to develop and maintain a database of active Namibian civil society organizations, and the word is active. So to monitor and share developments in civil society, government and the donor community which are relevant to civil society in Namibia. You will see on the program, we are going to talk about current affairs. That's where I get my mandate for, to talk about, to monitor and share developments in civil society, government, and the donor community, that you know what's cooking there and that we are informed and take decisions. And then to bullet 4, to facilitate networking opportunities amongst civil society. That's today, right? That's a networking opportunity, and between civil society and other relevant stakeholders. That's why our lovely constituency councillor is here and the 2 people from the ministries, right? So that is to get all these different stakeholders together, and then to connect civil society organizations with government bodies, again you, and donors in connection with specific issues in light of the areas of interest of various civil society organizations. We haven't focused so much yet on including the donor community, because they constantly contact us and ask, and then we put out the calls for proposals on the website, on the social media, and then it's up to you, you know, that you make use of the calls for proposals, for funding, for any opportunity that is there by the date. If you register on, like Bradley will show you, if you register to receive, you know, our communication, every time there's a news item out, you will get a notification to say, go look, go look there. And then to create and maintain a website, that's the thing that you see there. So that is our job that we are that we subscribe to. And then if you look at here, you have got all these sectors. A new development is, for instance, digital rights, even climate change. All these things were previously under big things like environment. But now people are asking us, do you have civil society organizations that work specifically on climate change? And then we need to tell them, yeah, just go to that button, there you will find them. Digital rights, the Internet Society, for instance, is working there. You know about the SIM card registration that must be done by the end of next January, otherwise you lose your SIM card number. So these are all the things, you know, to check, is that a violation of my constitutional rights? What will be the issue about it? The lecturer in human rights at UNAM was recently very vocal on this issue, was on NBC various times, was at the Anti-Corruption Day, Africa Anti-Corruption Day, speaking about this. So it's still out there. There are pros and cons. Yes, the government says they want to use it to fight corruption. But on the other hand, like the media ombudsman was saying, you know, it might deter people from reporting corruption because now they are no longer anonymous. They, you know, those that want to harm them can now say, we want to check where did that call come from. So it's not yet a finished situation to say, yes, this is a good thing and we support it fully. There are still human rights people who are wondering and having this out there and discussing this, and it's necessary for us to follow that. No? When it comes to, because each one of us has a phone. So you need to, of course, I don't worry. You know, I will register, doesn't matter to me. I remember when I was still in politics and we were chasing this election fraud, I could hear I was tapped. And I was still with late Nora Shimming Chase. The two of us, we were talking, then Miss Nora Chase would say, hey, national security, do you have a court order to listen to us? Can you hear? So then they would stop, yeah. All been there, done that. So that is the issues that are currently discussed. Section. Okay, so we will go on. What information do you need? And I just want, while I'm talking, telling you, please, there are certain prerequisites for being listed. Number one, you must be an organization. You can't list as an individual. You need an online presence so that the government and donors and other CSOs can check who are you. Who are you and what are you doing? So that otherwise you can't be listed. Even if you have the skills to fill in everything that is supposed to be filled in, you will not be approved. Because after you filled in everything, you don't go live automatically. You will be screened by our office to see, are you a scammer? Are you real? We can't unleash any weird persons there, so it needs to be checked and verified, and only then, if you are qualified, then there will be a click of the button and you will be published. The other thing is you need to have working telephone numbers that are there, because we are putting ourselves out there with our telephone numbers. And I'm asking, if you don't want your full disclosure there, what are you hiding? What are you afraid of? Why are people not wanting? I mean, these days, even Home Affairs is putting out cell phone numbers. Can you imagine how many calls those guys get? So what are you hiding then? Why don't you want your number out there? And don't put a number there that's dead or belonging to your grandmother or something. Oh my God, where are you coming from? Yes. Are you part of an organization?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a social development researcher.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Yes, my
Cool.
apologies.
No, it's fine. The food will just be stretched.
Yeah, but more information.
Do we have a chair for the gentleman? I think that chair needs to be going. If you need to have you need to if you need Is there a chair?
Yeah, chairs outside that we can bring in as well.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Very welcome.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry you got the message so late.
Yes, perfect.
One big happy family. It's getting better and better. Thank you. Okay. So what is happening if we don't have, if your numbers are not there working, Google throws our names and numbers, then we get all the calls that are supposed to go to your organization. And then we can't answer the question necessarily. We are still struggling with the giraffe something foundation. They listed, and I don't know how it worked, but they got listed without a telephone number. Now, if you have students, for instance, who want to work for free in your organization, because that is their area of expertise, they can't get to you to help you run your organization because your phone number is not there. They ask me, and we can't even call them because they didn't give it to us. So we will have to make serious story. I don't know how this foundation was listed there without a phone number. We will have to really get to the bottom of this and search them out. I will have to go to their physical office because there's no other way that we can get. But can you imagine? I mean, that's nonsense. It shouldn't be necessary. You know, why can you not just put your number there that the people get to you directly instead of coming to us, and then we have to chase around, you know. We do it out of service, but it is eating into our time that we should have used for more productive things to serve you. Okay. So that's that. We will be very strict, no, Bradley?
Yes.
Before approving, and we will check your numbers. We will dial your numbers. And if it is not working, people, and please, if your phone is stolen and you get another number, remember where you are listed everywhere and update the places. Okay? Please. Right, thank you. Oh yeah, let us first have the introduction of these two gentlemen that just joined us.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you very much for being here. We used to struggle with this book. My name is Ndjaleka. We are having an organization here, which is not registered yet. It's LECA, Luderitz Entire Community Association. It's very active.
So these guys there that have no organization, they must affiliate to you.
Yes, but what we have done thus far now, we have, because we have so many concerns, and our concerns is more community-based, very much community-based, 100% community. So we have now so many discussions around to register this organization. Later on we said, okay, fine, we talked to many people who really like the idea. And then we have said, okay, fine, but don't you think it's very unfair to also exclude our suburb here, the settlement house? Don't you think it's unfair? Because we are one Luderitz.
Exactly.
What? Sorry?
Yeah,
yes, we are one
exactly.
Luderitz. Also from one Luderitz. Right? So that was now the thing that made us to stand still. Because the idea was brought about because of, politics here, community here, and then there's a big gap, whereas community suffer, and nobody speak on the APRM. You find good acts, good
legislation, laws, or what?
Good legislation.
Yeah.
But then the line person, how you call those people, the lay person, the community, are not involved. They are not considered. They are not seen. They are ignored. They don't understand. They don't know. And we have come across some loopholes, too much loopholes. And this actually brought us to say, let's start something, a mouthpiece for the community.
Yes, we were talking about that before you came.
Yes, just a mouthpiece, just something in the center, in the middle, who can ask the next office, like a political office, or the next office, or like an institution. This is for the community. Where do you find them? Where are they benefiting from this? And this thing is here. And you know what actually really triggered us? A very, very good thing. Important thing that we just happened to, by accidentally came across about it. We got information somehow. And we sat in this hotel, our hotel, and we find out about this Benguela Current Convention. This agreement that was made between Angola, Namibia, and South Africa. And that thing triggered us. So we start now communicating with the office of the Benguela Current Commission, which we have find out that the commission's office is in Namibia. The three countries' offices are in Namibia, and then it's in Swakopmund. And we happen now to start, what is it? Questioning them.
Oh.
Yes, we start questioning them. Listen, guys, we don't understand. This thing is now for so long ongoing, and we don't see our community being part of this thing. And they wanted to know, okay, fine, do you guys want to benefit your association? Are you registered? You want to benefit yourself? I said, no. We said no. We are just a mouthpiece.
Yes.
We just want to know, with regard to our community, how far are you guys with them? What's going on? We are just in the middle. We actually make it aware to everybody. We are just a mouthpiece. Yes, our regional councillor, she knows us very well. Local authority, they know us very well. We start now communicating with all of them. Say, guys, come on, let's come to the table, let's talk about our community. Where are they gaining? Very recently, there was the concessions that was given, awarded to the successful bidders.
We're talking about the fishing quotas.
We will come to that point.
Okay, so this
There
is
is
a
so many
concession for
loopholes.
what?
the concessions for the tourism.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Where the community must get 24% from a concession, from a successful bidder, when he do the business, the concession, then the community
Is that
must,
now a concession for NAMI-COPP?
for
instance?
NAMI-COPP, for, yes. Yes, no, Shark Island is not
It's
included.
government, that's NWR.
NW, yeah, that one is NWR, Shark Island, yeah. So, yeah, that is NAMI-COPP, yeah. So we ask now, okay, fine, where is our, we communicate with everybody and we come to find there's a loophole. So we ask, okay, this 24%, where is it going? Where are you? We start now visiting this villages, this ones who are now awarded. And we come and find, oh, here's the loophole. So the community is not being recognized. So this is a matter between ourselves as community and the office, the minister. Then we also come across that our people here in Luderitz or wherever, we call some of those companies that was now lucky to get this quotas. Like for example, let's say the crayfish. You know, crayfish, lobster is the only town in Namibia. It's only here that we catch lobster. We harvest lobster. So we happen now to communicate and find out that this lobster holders, this shareholders, don't have a clue what's going on. They are not really partaking in these things. You will find an operator here, he's having a boat, he's on sea, catching lobsters for somebody who's sitting in window, or even wants it. And then that person is not involved, he don't get his fair
He
share.
doesn't invest or anything.
He don't invest.
But do they get, they do get their share.
They don't get. They don't get.
So why does he have a concession?
We communicate with the Minister of Fisheries, then they told us, they were very honest. They said, yes, you guys are right. We don't have, because we asked them, do you guys have a system where you discipline this, whoever dealing with, that means, let me say I start the company and I'm with all of them, we are the shareholders. While our gentlemen here don't know nothing, you don't get a paper, you don't have proof of how much was sold to China, you don't know how many lobsters was catch, how the deal was, the purchase and all those. Do you have some type of system where you discipline me for registering this company and getting awarded this quota, but now my friend here don't even know what's going on in that quota? Do you have a system that you discipline them?
No, but why would he then register? They do. They sell their quotas to others. And that's why the minister said you must have a vote.
What happened? The reality is here on the ground. We are talking ground matters, things
Now
that is
tell me
happening.
why this guy
Yes.
would have a quota and then not care about it. How would you benefit? Are you stealing his quota?
It's so easy. I'm stealing his quota. It's easy to steal his quota. I am the one now. I'm interested. I have a passion. I know about this fishing. He don't have a clue. And the system bring the loophole, because now they have this provision where you requirements where you have to get somebody who somewhere in some other region, or a person who is from marginalized group, or some. Now you exclude totally me, who knows these things, who knows about the game, the business. I exclude totally one person. Now, if you come back now to the minister, they don't have a system where they trace the
culprits.
The culprits. They don't have a system. We were so shocked. We were shocked.
No, but that is exactly,
Yes.
you were not here when we were talking about
Yes.
our discussions with the Ministry of Finance
Yes.
and the National Planning Commission.
Yes.
Because the officials, like you said, they are actually happy if these things come out.
Yes.
And the ministry also said, because we were saying, You are National Planning Commission that gives out projects.
Yes.
They pay money to contractors,
Yeah.
and then later on the community sees 6 years later there's only the foundation. But the money is gone, the contractor is gone, and nobody is held accountable.
Yes.
So you have the same story with your fishing industry and the
And
lobsters.
tourism industry.
Yeah, everywhere.
And all the
Yes,
others.
yes.
Because yeah,
But that is why it's actually being said, why the hell do we have these kinds of things?
yes,
Why don't we have them as national assets
yes,
and everything goes to the treasury?
yes.
And from there the projects are done. But I mean, people will always find loopholes and always steal.
Yes.
So the only solution that the Ministry of Finance and so on were saying is, the solution lies in the local community that watches these things,
Yes.
that gets an understanding of the processes,
Yes.
and watches and knows when tenders are given out, to whom they go, and what is the time frame in which the tenders need to be implemented.
Yes.
And that you cry wolf immediately when it starts, so that not so much money goes lost. And that we still know who's the contractor or who's the rights holder or whatever, and that these guys. And that is where the whistleblowing comes, and that is where people are saying, if we have to register our SIM cards,
Yes.
we will be caught and the culprits will still, will still go. So these are the things that we as a community need to sort out,
Yes.
yeah.
That is why we happen to register ourselves now. Yes, we are now registered.
Where?
We have actually used our lawyers, so they have done these things. Yeah.
Okay, you are lucky if you have funding for that. We haven't been registered yet. We are a voluntary association.
Yes, that is what we were.
And we have a constitution and a board and everything.
Yes.
So you don't need to be registered unless
Yes.
it's always the donors that are saying you need to be registered.
Okay.
But they do not click that you need an auditor,
Yeah.
you need accountants,
Yes.
you need staff, but they don't fund that.
Yes.
So you sit in a pickle because they want, for you to get money, they want this. You don't have the money to get there.
Yes.
You understand?
Of course.
I mean, it's crazy. So that's one of the things that I'm going to fight for.
Yes.
To say, what bullshit is this? For the European Union to say, if you want money, you need to be registered.
Yes.
But that will cost me long term a lot of money, a lot of bureaucracy, and I'm not serving my community because I have to do all this stupid stuff you want me to do. We are in the process of compiling a booklet or a manual or a guide to setting up a civil society organization in Namibia.
Yeah.
We have given this now to one of the legal assistance centers, ladies who's been working. She's an excellent expert. She is now tracing all these different types of registration and so on, and what is required and not. Because this document also that you have there, that we will discuss also, is talking about registration. And this legal expert from the Legal Assistance Center says this registration requirement is dangerous. So you see, there are so many things that we need to seriously think and make up our minds also locally and discuss and say, what are we going to do with these things if government comes to us and says so and so and so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, sit. Yeah, you take time. You take time. You take time. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity as well. Civic 264. Civic is quite new, and I'm glad to know of this event. My name is Andrew Sindongo. I'm qualified marketer and business consultant. Apart from that, what brought me to Luderitz, I've relocated recently since January last year as a youth social development researcher, and I'm here to advocate for youth empowerment and also try and facilitate facilitates support, the support needed for youth, for the youth, or for the youth engagement, because I see there's very little of it, but mostly youth support, the same community youth support, structures, the setups, youth activity, be it youth activity, be it youth education, and yes, life skills. So I'm here also, yes, primarily for that. Yes, thank you. And I'm here as a private researcher, something that I took up on myself. I used to have a business, marketing and advertising agency, which closed just during the time of Corona. After that, I decided to take up a passion, something of significance to myself. And this was youth empowerment. I thank you.
Very good, thank you. How did you hear of this gathering?
Training.
Okay, cool. I see the, what do they call it? The bush telephone is working.
Yes.
Even you don't have bush here. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you also for writing it in correctly and yeah. Who is this Kadiko?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you related to that famous entrepreneur that is having this?
Yes, I'm related. She's an in-law.
Okay.
She's married to the Kadiko.
Yeah. What a lady.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, so you are amongst all these people. Okay, then you must be great yourself. Okay, let's go forward with the actual program. But this was very interesting and enlightening in any case also. Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the organizations that are here. So I mean, it'd be good to get an idea of how some of these organizations are incorporated. Like, is it predominantly voluntary associations? Are they registered as a Section 121 to
Let's put it out. Is anybody of your organizations registered with BIPA?
Yes.
Put your hand up. Are you registered?
Yes, I'm
with
now
BIPA?
I'm now registered.
As a Section 21 or as what?
Yeah, it's what we have to get from the lawyer.
Oh, you still don't know?
He's still with the lawyers, yes.
Okay, so you're not yet registered, but the process is going on.
Yeah.
Louisa?
Yes, we are registered. NYSDP and Kharas Media House both are registered.
At where?
At BIPA. BIPA.
Also, you are also registered as BIPA, the sport development.
Yes.
Okay, but not your Kharas Media House, not.
It's also registered.
Also with BIPA.
Yes.
You guys pay all these fees. Huh? No,
We'll
seriously.
Yes, we are.
So you don't have any proposal for us how to get those? Do you have private funders or what?
Like with NYSDP, we actually have private funders. Not really private, but let me say
the donors are paying it.
We've got donors. Like for NYSDP, we recently have UNICEF, UNCHL,
yeah,
and now we've got Child Fund that recently just came up, and the fundings are starting August. So with NYSDP started 2013. Yeah, it started 2013, and it had also UN on board. So the process went through the EPDN stuff. And for Kharas Media House, we recently just started 2020, but we got through lawyers, then we are registered. Yes.
Okay, so is it only you and you are registered? You also? Yes, sir? How are you registered?
We're registered as a company, private company.
Oh, so your company is registered. Okay.
Is it a non-profit company or a PTY or a CC?
The company,
Yeah.
CC.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the other one?
Yeah, we registered. Our head office is in Windhoek. And we registered this organization organization, we also get donors from social security sometimes to have trainings for the informal sectors.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this the informal sector organization?
NISO.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a section 21. Okay, cool. Okay, and the rest, is it like voluntary associations, like the Rights Not Rescue?
Here's one, not you.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we are also registered under the Ministry of Health and Social Service.
That's not a registration.
Okay.
No, you will get that in the book. There's a misunderstanding. Everybody runs and says, I'm registered with the Ministry of Health. There's another youth organization. We are registered with the Electoral Commission. That's all nothing. I mean, the Electoral Commission, you are just registered to be an election observer for a specific period, you know, for a specific election. So that registration means nothing. But with your registration means something, because you are then registered as a welfare organization with the Ministry of Health. But that alone will not satisfy certain, you know, donors and stuff. They want you to be registered with people. So the registration with the Ministry of Health doesn't cost you anything, but the other one does.
Yes.
And that one I find very unfair. Really. Yeah, and you, Susan, you are registered?
We are registered, but I am very not very familiar with my husband, in fact. So, but we under section 1.
Section 21.
Section 21, yeah. We are registered as a ministry.
As a, oh,
Ministry,
a religious ministry, yeah. Okay, yeah, there, okay. But as a section 21, that means you can make business.
Yeah, because it's also non-profit.
Yeah. But then you have a non-profit organization. Okay. Okay. So the NID that wrote that book is also a section 21 non-profit, and IPPR as well, Institute for Public Policy Research. So that's the way that most people go. But then there are mostly already well-established organizations who have the money to pay all those things and have auditors and so on. Yeah. Or when they get funding or apply for funding, they put it in there. That's probably how you do it.
Yes.
That it is part of a specific funding cycle or whatever. And then you pray that you get another one the next time.
It's actually with let me say with NYSDP, when we get funds, you have to be accountable for that fund.
Yes.
So that's why they tell you that, okay, you need to give reports back to them. Each and every event that you do, you need to report back to them. Then they will send those funders, they come together. It can be UNICEF and what, they come together. Then they send the auditor themselves. Yours is just to give books and visuals and everything.
So you don't need your own auditor?
No. The funders came together.
They do though.
Whoever funds you, they normally came together. Then they decide, okay, we are funding this community project, so we need to see if the funds that we are giving it's working on whatever reason that we give them. Then they can get the auditor themselves. Then they will send the auditors to all the regions. Then they see how you are working on your funds. Then they can conclude and give the report.
Carola, I think this is also a good platform also when you asked about the community, you know, organizations that receive benefit house.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah. I've seen a need of that we need to generate some extra resources for community development or activities. So my mandate is actually to create the environment for people to live, improve their livelihoods and so. So with the challenge of ours having so much water and electricity issues, as much as you want to bring projects alive, you need water, you need electricity. If you don't fix that, it doesn't help.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah, you are building a pie in the sky.
Yeah, and that's why people does not understand. You need to get the infrastructure right, the environment right, to operate. Otherwise, it fall apart.
Exactly.
We are now busy. We will be receiving over 800,000 money to do the infrastructure.
Oh, okay.
With other
For
partners.
ours.
For us. We have also now bought recently a generator, but from the council funds. But the money is just not enough.
Yeah.
Then we can now start with our garden, our agriculture, our projects. Now for the constituency, I've then engaged through the Constituency Development Committee and the Settlement Development. I think you serve on the CDC. It can be a witness what I'm saying, trying now to say. I've brought forward that I'm starting a fund where I need to go out other resources to complement these community needs. We've listed then like 5 projects, but all these projects are with partnership with government in private sector. So we put up now the NAMI Community Trust, where we work in collaboration with the CDC, STC, and partners. We launched that trust a month ago. We were able, that the Prime Minister was here. We raised about 300,000 in kind and in case. Some people have just pledged, but not yet.
Yeah.
So one organization say, I've pledged 100,000 towards entrepreneurship for in next year 100. That is not gonna. Other ones say, I pledge a recycling machine. And then we also said we want to put up a open market, but we cannot do it. Council have the land. Council can only give the land. Regional council will then identify the resources how we will get. So we've launched it. We were able to then get auditors on board. How we operate it every month. If anything comes in, they do the record keeping.
For free
for a year or so, until the activity starts.
Yeah.
So we've introduced the auditor to be transparent, accountable, and when we report, they will report on our behalf. But what we are challenged of now is we need to set up a beneficiation plan. So we are saying, we looked at government has done so much for the elderly people. Every time it's own parcels, food parcel. Youth here. But when you are from 35 years to 59, what is there for people? So we said we want to focus on people aged below 60. And we know that it's going to cost us a lot to identify and to assist. But we want to focus on certain things that is not yet, supported in some of the communities. So we're struggling to put up a beneficiation plan. And it will go on to the needs, because right now everybody is in need of food, of work, and all of that. So I don't know whether this really is good for this civic association to be in the know, and how we will progress to share something.
I think it is very, it's very good. That's why it's so good if you do not only have civil society organizations present. We need to have different stakeholders that are, each one is working in a different area and on a different level. But it's good to come together and hear one another. And I'm really worried that we are missing the plot with getting people self-sustainable. These projects, they come, there's a little flickering, then it dies. There is no sustainability, and I also find it a little bit not good that, you know, each ministry has their social responsibility, their little project. Each ministry, state-owned enterprises, municipalities, each one has, you know, every constituency councillor has a little bit of fun. And it's not enough to light a fire, you know, because each one just has a little candle, you know, and the next wind and it's blown out. So we need to have a real oven, you know, that creates something sustainable. I can't understand, you know, that is the same wrong thing that we are doing when we as civil society are saying we're working here. You know, you need to focus and say, I'm working with children, and everybody that works with children, we will take hands. I'm working with HIV and health issues, finished. I'm working on schools or whatever, education. And the same thing is with these monies. Why do ministries have social responsibility? They are supposed to do their mandate and finished. They shouldn't have projects. There should be a central point in the Ministry of Social, even Trade and Industry, that you have real businesses that take off, that are sustained, that people are trained how to do business. And I mean, Meme Kadikwa, for instance, she's one of those who has done it all by herself. She can train everybody. There will be an online thing on the 21st of July where you can also go in, which is going to talk exactly about this entrepreneurship thing. How you do it, and Meme Kadikwa is one of the speakers. And also a professor, and they are very Aili Angula, yeah. So they are really fantastic, and it's just 2 hours. From it's 11 to 1 o'clock, I think. So if you go on the NID, on Facebook even, it's trending at the moment, that you can get it there and get the link to be able to listen to that. It's VSET is organizing it, also again with funding from the Hans Seidel Foundation. What does the VSET stand for in
Vendors and something.
Yeah, entrepreneurs and so forth. That's also a new organization, but they immediately clicked the value of our website, and she immediately listed on the website, VSET. So if you go on their website, you will also find this announcement. Okay, so Bradley, let's continue quickly with the self-listing. We need to finish very quickly. We are.
Okay, cool. I don't know of how much relevance this is going to be to some of the organizations here. I was asking I just wanted to get an idea of how some of the organizations or people present, affiliations are incorporated. So, I mean, in order to create this like directory and stuff, we obviously need to populate it with organizations that are active, and obviously also legitimate civil society organizations. The company that was being mentioned there at the back, that is a closed corporation, obviously that won't go on the Civic Plus 264 website because that's a business, that's not a civil society organization. Also at the same time, like with what Ms. Engelbrecht was mentioning, I mean, we do really try to like verify and go over some of the information of the civil society organizations. Sometimes you find that the people that want to list are actually doing actual great work within their communities or nationally. I know when we first, the National Sports Youth Development Platform, like I remember when we were listing, Corolla was in conversations with him, she was putting up the pictures. I know that's still one of the really nice listings to go over on the website because you've got they're doing and everything. But also at the same time, you've got individuals that aren't necessarily making or that's not their main objective. It's maybe just for personal gain, and it's probably creating little impact for the community and the civil society organization. So I mean, that's like trying to find like the actual CSOs that are doing the work, that are active, from those ones that may not be doing that. The thing is, like, if you are incorporated and you do feel like you need to be on the directory for your organization to be found, you've got some sort of online presence, so that means you at least have a up-to-date Facebook page for your organization. What you can do is, I'll go over the process for self-listing on the website. So essentially, you just go on the website. There are two ways you can do it. So that was the poster that we were talking about just now when Carol was talking about the event. So I've also just shared it on the Civic +264 Facebook page. I mean, I'm assuming they will live stream this. Let's see. It doesn't look like they will live stream it.
I'm sure.
No, it's just the
There's
physical.
no link. No, but
Oh, there it is. Event will be live streamed on this
Yes,
page.
yes.
So it's the Vendors Initiative for Social and Economic Transformation. Yeah. So if you
So
can.
that would be interesting.
Okay, so to self-list, all you do is, it's either you go to the login there at the top, or you just go to CSOs. You can press on like any sector, or even the full list.
CSO stands for Corporate Social Organization.
Civil society organization. Yeah.
Those are verify with abbreviations.
It looks like the internet's a bit slow now.
There it is.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what you then just do is here, if you're on the CSO's page, you just go to add a listing. So, I mean, there are two different ways of the listing to be added. Like I said, you can either go to the login or you can go here. It both takes you to the same page.
Why does it say error?
You must log in first, because before you add a listing, you have to log in. So the thing is, you first need to create an account. It's just like creating any other account on like Facebook or like Instagram or whatever. The only thing is, sometimes we get like a lot of spam. So that means we get like a lot of unwanted like information, or like unwanted people trying to send messages, and you know, like these robots and those funny messages and stuff. So it's just a safeguard mechanism. So the thing is, you will first try to create an account. So what you will do is, you will go to don't have an account if you don't have one, and that's going to redirect you. And then you will fill in like, you know, the username, your name, you'll put in your email address, and you'll put in the password. And then once that's done, you will press register. So that's just to register the account on the system. So what then happens is, I get an email saying like, this person wants to create an account, you understand? And then I will then confirm the account so it gets activated. Only after I've confirmed it will you be able to log in. So you just go to the login at the top or wherever. And then now you log in with the details that you put down there, which is your email and your password. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Do you put your own name in?
the website, I have an account with just like my name. Okay, so then what you would do once that's done, you know, I've activated the account, you can just put in like your username or your organization's username, put in the password that you used, and then you just log in. And then you add a listing. So it's just the same thing that pops up. So this is how you would, like, it takes you straight to adding the listing. The thing is, if you do struggle, I mean, if you want to do this and you do struggle, I can also list the organization because I list organizations sometimes. But the thing is, it's easier for you to list your organization because you'll be able to log in and you'll be able to create edits to it anytime that you want. Whereas if I'm the one that's creating it, every time something changes or you want to add this or that, you would need to go through me. So whereas like it's an option of you easily being able to make updates, you have an instance of you have to go through like me to be able to do them. Also the other thing is, if you do want to list and you're struggling with like the whole online thing, we also do have forms that you can maybe fill out for your organizations, and then like I will go over them and then add the listing for your organization. So the details that are on the form are the exact same ones that are online. I think let me go with one that's already listed, one of the listings that I've previously added. Okay, so while that's busy loading, some of the information that you're going to be asked is obviously you have to understand this is your organization, do you understand? And with what Ms. Engelbrecht was mentioning, like earlier when you're introducing yourself, you have to understand things like how is your organization incorporated? You know, from like, you have to be able to recall things like that, like are you a voluntary association? Are you a Section 21? It just makes it like when you're having conversation, also with maybe other stakeholders and you're so in the know about your organization, it makes it so much easier. So voluntary associations, usually they just need like constitutions. But like what Corona was mentioning, we're actually working on a guide for forming a CSO that we hope to have out sometime towards the end of this year. And that's,
there's a big networking Indaba thing also coming up in October, and by then we want actually to have this book or the guide done so that it can be distributed then as well.
So I mean, yes, and then your organization name, it's always good to put down the full name of your organization, like the one when, what was it, where's the attendance register? Like the first person that was talking this morning, or the second person from RNRT. I mean, you can say RNRT, but who would know? You understand? You're not getting like the full description. It's rather better to like say like, you know, what is it? Rights Not Rescue Trust of Namibia. So people are like, oh, okay, I'm getting like a better understanding. And then in brackets you put down the abbreviation. Okay, and then if you've got a website, you can put that in as well, the link to your website. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. But it's also good, at least maybe just have a Facebook page for your organization, because that's also free. So you will see it's the exact same stuff I'm going over now. Website, you can put it in, like this was a listing for the, what is it, National Federation of People with Disabilities in Namibia. They're doing some really remarkable work. I think, yeah, they're doing some remarkable work. Establishment year 1991, they've put it down there, that's also quite important. It's 2022 for you, put down 2022. Keywords, so I was showing you earlier, you know, if you put down some stuff inside the search menu, like if you put down like children, or if you put down like human rights, or if you put down like anything, like training even, if you've got a keyword for like those things, even though it may not be a sector, your organization will show up. So keywords, you can literally put in all of the keywords, like, you know, important stuff of relevance that you want your organization to be found for if they do get searched. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then the description, obviously you want to describe your organization as best as possible. This is how your organization is going to be seen by all sorts of different people. We're actually doing our analytics, like I said earlier, for the first 6 months of the year. And we found that it's not only people from like Namibia that visit the website, but also you've got people from like a majority of them also from like Germany, Switzerland, France, South Africa, China as well, and Canada. So you actually have people all over, like, you know, when they, especially civil society, Namibia, or like non-profit, they do get to see this. And you want to portray your organization in the best light possible. So there they've got like a little bit of a long description about what they do. They see when it was started. They've got like the, you know, over the years, what they have worked on, disability people's rights, the national policy on, you see, like they're really going into it. You get like a really good sense of, and then they also have their members down there as well. So, I mean, those are like the main things that you to be asked. Category or sectors, that's just the main sector. So with these people, I think their main sector, what is it, is, let's go to the next page. Their main sector is disability, because that's like the main one. But also aside from that, they've added education, health, human rights and democracy, and training, because those are also some key sectors that they've done work in, like actual work. So the difference between the keywords is keywords can be just about like anything linked to your organization. But like sectors really have to be something that your organization identifies strongly with. And the location's quite good as well, because I mean, if someone wants to get in contact with your organization, they need to know where they can go to get in contact with them. If you don't have a physical like address yet, indicate maybe working remotely or like by appointment or whatever. I think just be as transparent as possible in terms of the capacity of your organization. I remember when we were in Rehoboth, one of the participants also flagged something. It was like sometimes organizations, they, how can I put it? What did he say? They indicate what they are doing to like such a large degree that it's not the actual case. Say, for instance, they will say like, we are working on empowering all of the youth in Keetmanshoop, and we're like delivering this, we're doing that, and that. And then it's a case of when you actually look at what the organization's doing, like the impact they have is like so minimal. They're not being able to do that. I mean, if you're only working with like those 5 to 10 youth or those 2 schools, indicate that that is, you know, your current capacity, but maybe you look towards in the future of expanding. Because the thing is, now people look and then they say like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, they're working with all of the youth in Keetmanshoop or whatever. I mean, there's no need for any additional support for youth empowerment there. Do you understand?
It's
okay.
actually a very nice thing that you are mentioning now.
Yeah.
Because our small towns like Luderitz and all,
yeah.
Education on several organizations is very important.
Yeah.
Our people don't know those things. Okay. You will find political organizations, they are too much trying to influence the environment. Now, it's easy in small towns, whereas you can easily say, no, Mr. J is from that party, but then the person don't come with party agendas. He come just to tell you, do you know you have all these benefits, and we need to discuss it so you can also understand. You know, if you find, especially in the south, we have been really we have been disadvantaged of when it comes to institutions, educational institutions. Our people just they don't have the understanding. Most of our guys here, you will find they didn't study. They are just here in positions because they were promoted. Now the part of Trevor, you're right. You to participate, to be involved, and you know it's a bit very for our people here locally. It's a bit very difficult, you know. You will only find then that then you will find their benefit. They don't know how the benefit comes from, how it started. But the people that went there was just 10, yeah. But at the end, the whole 30,000 are going to benefit now out of that. But it's because the people's mindset is that every meeting that is called should be a political meeting. You understand? That's why I'm saying, Trevor, you know, this education is needed.
And like we're probably going to be gone by tomorrow. Yes. I think it's very important for like communities or like whichever to like initiate stuff by, you understand, if you see the need to like try to work around for like a not too long of a time. But one of the interesting things to usually see is like around movements, you know, like how they start around like a specific issue. And then like once they've maybe sufficiently addressed it, you will just find that maybe like the movement subsides for like a little bit. And we've seen that with like the Shut It All Down movement that specifically just worked around issues of like violence against women and girls. And you will see that was probably one of the biggest protests, I mean like recently in Namibia, where you had like all these young people out on the streets marching to parliament and stuff. And what do you have later? So like a couple of months later, you've got like the Minister of Justice, you know, all these bills, like the Combating of Rape Amendment bill, you've got the, you know, the divorce one as well, you've got all these legislation.
The blacklisting of men who have conducted rape, that was a big story which is still not out there because it could be a human rights violation to have those names out there. Yeah.
But I mean, also at the same time, like, I mean, Carola can correct me if I'm here, like, I do feel like on like your local level, this is where you should be able to like engage if these are like some of the problems that you have, like liaising with like your town council, liaising with like you understand, because that's like, those are the people, like even your constituency.
But
your
there
councillor,
is where the problem comes in.
So
there is
I mean,
exactly.
we
Now,
have like
let me tell you, there is exactly where the problem comes in. Because now, you know, we have a scenario. This town, remember, don't look at this town like this small. This town have potential. This is, I always see this town as a political goal. I always see it as like, as in Nigeria, where you have, okay, they have this oil in Africa, and they have this suburbs where the people are really suffering, but they have this oil, you know. We have this setup here, where the people who are here in political parties, to them it's a nightmare that such things are happening, this type of several associations.
Corona will actually talk about this in like a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Like she's got like a whole section on the
Let
program.
us focus.
Degree ons aandacht trekken. Ik kan Afrikaans praten, maar ik kan niet moeilijk Engels praten.
Okay.
Yes. Onze mensen vandaag, allemaal weten is onafhankelijk, is trouwens. Maar die benefit van onafhankelijk, hij heeft het die van hoekom, is veel van onafhankelijk. die kern van hierdie alles, die projek wat mense concentreer of focus. Hy is nie geadministreer. Hy het nie boekelijk. Soos meeste companies, hy is nie daar, maar hy word nie geadministreer.
Waarvan praat jy? Van 'n business?
Yes, kyk van die business, van die community teamwork, van die al die type dinge.
Ja.
Hoe sal jy dit geld in die hande kry? Kyk soos bijvoorbeeld soos Aus het 'n community. En die Aus community het geld, want hy het 'n opkota. Maar die mense wat daai ding manage, bestuur, hulle is eerlik. Hulle sê nie vir die community die waarheid. En die dinge bestaan langelang, even in hierdie toeristen.
Ja, maar dan moet julle mos nou maar net, daar moet mos nou iemand wees wat julle voor kan toi en sê, luister, ons loop nie hierso voordat jy nie vir ons die inligting gee nie. Dis wat ons ouens doen.
Hierdie ding wat ons praat, is ernstig. En daar is mense wat swaar kry. Maar die mense het geen. Hulle het alles, is net die feit. Die mense wat daar besig is, hulle is eerlik nie. Hulle werk ook nie volgens die community. Hulle werk net volgens hulle is interest. En dit is die probleem wat ons het. Ja, en dit is die, solang ons nie die eerlik begin te soos ons weet, ons leader is verantwoordelik vir die community. Even vandag die drie soos minister. Minister werk vir die community. Is nie net vir hulle, maar as hulle kom, as dit kom by die government, dan lyk dan maar die mense is die werkgever. Maar is werk van die community. Wie is die community en wie is government? Ek denk, community en government is één. As jy praat community, of miskien jy verstaan nie, die government en die werkers.
Hulle moet vir een ding werk, maar hulle is twee verskillende goed. En elkeen het sy eie resources en sy eie structures en goeders. Dis nie dieselfde nie. Maar ons is almal Namibiërs en ons behoort almal so te werk dat Namibië okay is.
Ja, maar die ander mense, wat ek nou daar bedoel.
Okay, meneer, sorry, ons kan nie daarin gaan nie.
Okay.
Daai is 'n ding wat julle moet self oplos. Die mense wat daar is, moet leer om to grow a backbone. En moenie altyd net sê, jy weet, ons kom nie reg nie. Julle moet julle self organiseer. Ek sê vir jou, die mense in Rehoboth het hulle self georganiseer. Hulle het hulle dinge uitgesort. Elke gemeenskap moet hulle eie probleme uitsort. Al wat ons kan sê is, die enigste manier is, come together, stop howling, sien die probleem en sê, dis hoe dit opgelos kan word. Moenie lang stories praat nie. Jy verloor mense. Nee? Jy moet georganiseer wees, sê, dis die probleem, dis die inligting wat ons moet hê. Onthou, daar gaan binnekort die wet op toegang tot inligting gaan daar wees. Dan kan jy daarmee gaan en sê, luister hierso, dis wat die Constitution sê, dis wat hierdie wet sê, waar is die waarheid? Klaar, geen lang storie, julle praat te lang. Julle praat te lang, julle verloor mense. Nee, julle moet gaan, net so, tsak, tsak, tsak.
Okay, cool, so the location, so you put in the location for your organization, like we just mentioned now, contact information after the location. That's the telephone number, also good to have a mobile number. We spoke about this, it's important because telephone numbers is probably, sometimes these things just don't work. So it's always good to have a backup mobile number. Also, if your details do change, also inform us so that we still are able to contact you. Also include your email as well. And then the last thing is the media, so the picture of or the logo of your organization.
Ja, jy moet 'n logo hê. Ek meen as jy nie 'n logo het nie, hoe kan jy geken word? Nee?
Okay. So that is that, yeah.
So hierdie papiertjie, het julle almal 'n papiertjie gekry? Die wat wou, wat alreeds jy kan net registreer op list as jy al klaar 'n media presence het. So die het almal 'n papiertjie. 'n lys. As daar iemand belangstel om te lys, dan moet jy dit sal jou help as jy hierdie lys het om te weet wat jy moet hê.
community-based organizations. Yeah, you can. I mean, like, you can do it online as well. You don't even need to fill in this thing.
No, this is just to make sure you've got all your information together.
I mean, you can fill it in now, or you can like fill it in. You can discuss with the people in the organization and scan and email it to us.
Okay, is there still somebody who needs those lists? You what? But you can't, because you're not an organization. No individuals. You must be an organization. Do you have it?
Yes.
Which one? Is it a civil society organization? Are you working for the good for community? I think you misunderstand, but never mind. He will be screened. He will be screened and not, yeah.
For peace of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, you are not published automatically. You will go through Bradley and he will check whether you are really a civil society organization.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Kadikwa, you are blocking the way there, but can you give, can you give them please? They also, there's another one there. Okay, I think there needs to be, you have a lot of questions that need to be satisfied. Louisa, can we get that flip chart through there, please?
Because I was in the toilet.
Okay.
That one.
Okay, whenever you have a few seconds where you have nothing to do, or you are waiting, you can in the meantime already fill in this thing where you are saying this was not good or it was good or whatever. At the bottom, at the top, you will see which area of work are you in. If you are a civil society organization, you will tick NGO, CSO. If you are from government, like the two of them here, you will tick government. Academics, that guy there you will be academic. Foreign representatives we don't have, you will be media, right, and CSO. No? Then political party doesn't really apply here. So you will find your niche where you will please, and then you can just say, be very honest how you found this whole engagement. Okay. You need one?
No, I didn't get the package. No, I was having lots of stuff in my head.
Does everybody have the feedback form? Okay, just Louis.
I didn't get the whole
You
package.
didn't get anything.
No, I was busy.
Poor disadvantage.
I had lots of things in my head.
The last book. Okay. Yeah, you will give her a package. That's one that we need to. Yeah, I want to encourage you that you keep the program, especially for the, because that is a very important stuff that happens at top level, in government. You want? Here's another feedback form that is missing. Okay, let me see, we start with which thing? We are starting with the government GRN-COPP. We have this here. Okay, there is one acronym that you will start hearing more, and it is this GRN-COPP, Government COP. And look that you have, those pages. At the front it says Civic of Namibia. That Namibia Civic Organizations Partnership Policy. You know about civil society and civic. There are so many confusing terminology. Civil society. I hear people are saying, talking about civil societies. There's no such thing. The whole of Namibia has one civil society. That means everybody who is not in the employ of government. That is civil. There's only the civil societies are civil society organizations. You get it?
Yes.
Yeah? Civil society is one. The plural is civil society organizations. And there you have faith-based organizations like Susan's stuff. Then you have community-based organizations, which are these guys there, that are just in a specific community. Faith-based organizations work in churches, and you know there are other faiths as well, you know, like the Baha'is. There's also Islam, there is Far Eastern beliefs, so that is, those are faith-based organizations. But they are not supposed to only work for their own church. They are supposed to work for the community around the church. Yeah? We had, for instance, the Islamic Center in Windhoek wanted to be listed. And we went and told them, okay, this is the type of information that we need. And then they went there. I need not say any more. So we couldn't list them because the information wasn't given. And then we asked them, how do you serve the community? They say, we serve ourselves. And then we said, but that is not a civil society organization. You are supposed to serve the community. No, we serve ourselves. Okay. So, and then the other thing, here it says civic organizations, not civil society organizations. So that's another story. And we need to discuss this when we get the name for this policy. Because civic organizations are mostly, you know, like your sports clubs, your parent school committees, you know, there are these little things. So I'm not quite sure why they call it civic organizations here. Because that we need to work out. So we have in this government document, we have the concept of civil society that I just explained. Then it is talking about civic participation. So the government in this policy, can you see it comes from 2005. So when Nangov was still there, we were fighting this thing, saying you want to oppress us, you want to keep us quiet. But actually it was not necessarily this one, it was actually, there was in 2008, there was a bill, which means it's a draft law. And that one was really bad. And it was at the same time happening all over Africa. The governments were trying to do this and shut up civil society criticism. So that one was ditched, but now this one comes up again. And the National Planning Commission is the one that is driving this with the money from the European Union. And they want now to see how will civil society be involved in development issues. There's even talking about civil society being able to tender for certain services that are supposed to be implemented by government. And this is the policy. How are we going to do this? And Theo was mentioning Nanaso, and I said already, Nanaso and the former ombudsman, they were in Swakopmund crafting a policy how civil society organizations in the health sector can work with the Ministry of Health, who is here also. So they are starting with this, with how are we going to work this out, because the international donor is going to withdraw their support, Global Fund. And that happens because Namibia is ranked as an upper middle income country, because our GDP is good, because of our mining, but the people on the ground are poor, but they are just looking at that rating. Never mind what is actually happening. Now, our president has many times said that ranking is wrong because of the huge gap between rich and poor. So, yeah, but that is the ranking and that's what's happening. Then you have, like I said, community-based organizations, which are specific in a community only. The civil society organizations are supposed to be bigger than only your community. And then the government here is they are talking about the civil society development forum. There's apparently already a little bit of that. They are sometimes calling for participation, but we don't really know anything about it. So we need to look at all these things and say, you are talking about things that we don't know, but you are saying it has been there all along, so how did you use it? Because every staff member in the National Planning Commission has a title of Development Advisor. So who are you advising? With what advice? Where do you get the advice? Yeah. Then the other thing that this policy is talking about is a NGO help desk. Now this was apparently there already for 15 years. We knew the person unfortunately succumbed to COVID. And then because that person for 15 years didn't do anything for civil society, then I went to the National Planning Commission and said, okay, there's now a vacancy. Please advertise it openly and widely so that civil society can apply, because it's a thing for us, and you know, something for us without us is against us, or nothing for us without us, and so forth and so forth. So they of course didn't pay attention. They advertised this thing secretly in the government gazette for the office of the Prime Minister. And then when we asked again, you know, when will this position be advertised? They said already advertised. I said, oh nice. So what were the terms of reference? Nothing coming. Then they said, okay, now you can come. We are having interviews with the shortlisted candidates, and we had somebody that was going to do that. And then they suddenly changed the days of the interviews, and the person that we had sent there couldn't go there anymore, so they did the interviews without us. And now they've appointed a lady which has started working on the 1st of July. And this year. And we got to know her the other day. She was also there on the 6th of July with the Ministry of Finance and so on. Nice lady, but there's still no terms of reference how this is an NGO desk. She is still just a development advisor. So we are now going to chase this down to say, please explain how are is this person supposed to help our out that they actually don't know at the National Planning Commission. So there's nothing. So we will have to start crafting this from scratch. They want now and you go to point 4. Just look there what it is, what the objectives are of this policy. Do you see the overall goal? For civic participation through the So that needs to be really checked, and go and read what they understand in this policy about active citizenship. And then you check what do you think it is. And then the number 2 is to enhance the environment for civic participation. What you need to want. Of course, within the confines of the Constitution, there's always a limit. Still, you are going to put state security in jeopardy. And state security is not defined. So all freedoms can always be said, okay, you are free to do whatever you want, but if state security is in jeopardy, we will step in and we will stop you. And that is where the stuff comes in with the protest. Remember? Just shut it all down. It says here in the Constitution, you know, we have the freedom to protest peacefully. These people have nothing, and you so they were out and they don't have a track record, but if others hadn't come in, these 25 people would have a track record of having been in jail, which would be there for life, you know, that you have been in jail and can influence your appointments for work because you have a criminal record. You know? So these are the things that are happening. So here they say to create this environment where we don't have this kind of thing. Then number 3, to bring government closer to the people and create partnership opportunities that will benefit all sides, no? Government, civic organizations, and civic society. So they're having again these two, nowhere it says civil society organizations, which is actually what we are talking about these days. So civic organization and civil society, they make it two different things, but how we are talking these days is civil society organizations. So that thing needs to be updated. Remember, this comes from 2005. Yeah, it's old. And then the fourth one, I mean, this story about bringing government closer to the people, then I already switch off because that has been said to death. And nothing happened closer to the people. But Parliament, they had a bus, they said bringing Parliament closer to the people. I think the bus is kaput, I don't know what, but nothing is happening. Bringing Parliament closer to the people, those are empty words unless they are really there. So, but what it seems to be is that this partnership policy should bring about something where all stakeholders benefit. That it is for the benefit for government because they are not at grassroots level. You are. So, and that is why the networking is so important, and also getting some kind of structure where you can in combine forces. And as a whole, like you are talking of the whole of Luderitz, but you first have to get the people together, and then there would be the sectoral things where you say, okay, those are ones of us who are working in the same area should, you know, cooperate and manage our activities, that we don't duplicate. And this policy also talks about not duplicating work from civil society, and government is doing the same thing. So that one rather comes together and does this thing with combined expertise, forces, and so on. Okay. And then the fourth one is to enhance the capacity of the partners, meaning government and CSOs, to enter into partnerships and jointly respond to development challenges and opportunities in an efficient, effective, and sustainable fashion. Councillor and I were just talking, you know, we're having so many projects. Government has projects, we have projects, but nothing is sustainable. You come with your project, everybody's happy, you go, everything down to nothing. And these employment creation projects from councillors, you know, they all get a certain budget. They give out a sewing machine here and a cement mixer there, and people sell it, you know, they don't have money to buy the materials, so they don't really create employment on a long-term basis. There's nothing really taken off. So let's see what this thing is further saying. So that is the idea of this policy. So there is some kind of an institutional framework that they see here. First, there should be an advisory committee. Then there is the National Planning Commission, this committee being there. And then it's the civic organizations or CSOs, then the line ministries, and then the regional governments and the local governments. So these are all the levels that are foreseen in this policy. So it goes down, 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 and then it must go up again. Actually, it must go from the advisory committee so, and from the local government so, and then in the middle you meet each other. Let me see, there was something else. Yeah. So here again, talking about community-based organizations like CBOs, then you have membership-based organizations, like NANASO, for instance, like NAXO, for instance. Then you have NGOs, which all of us are non-governmental organizations, but we are trying to bring some order in this chaotic terminology because we have too many words and nobody, people use them incorrectly, that we get to know we Namibians are CSOs, civil society organizations. The international ones are NGOs. This one is an NGO, we are a CSO. That we get some order, that if we talk about civil society organizations, we exclude the people that are not from Namibia. Okay? And non-governmental organizations are not us, are not the community-based and the ones that are working on the ground. Okay? Then you have networks, like there is an AIDS network, isn't it? Which one?
Catholic AIDS network.
Exactly. Yes, they are also listed on our website, the Catholic AIDS Network. And the action is a coalition again. That's something else. The Action Coalition of CSOs that are fighting. We worked a lot. We even trained the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology to get that law drafted. So there was already good, but I mean, you never have the final say. You can sit there for a week and decide, okay, this is the one, and then the cabinet can just decide, there's no. But this time they actually took a lot of our stuff. So there are different ways, and this policy acknowledges that and says we cannot throw civil society organizations in one pot. It is very diverse, very diverse. But if we want to be taken seriously, we should organize ourselves. They are not, because they are wanting that. Government wants that, to say, if we are working in this region, we need to know who's the entry point to your civil society organization. So you really need to tackle that one. All of us, each one in our area. And those of us who are working on national level, same story. We need to be clear. Where do you get your information? Where does government drop its information and is sure that it goes out? Okay. So that is a very good story, a very important story. That was the story on this partnership policy. Then we go to, if you look on your program, we are at bullet number 2 now, Enhancing Participatory Democracy in Namibia. That is a program, sometimes called a project, and the short word is EPDN. Now these guys will come to you. These are the people that I was speaking about this early this morning. It is again paid by the European Union. It was tendered for and applied for by the National Planning Commission, same that you have. So it is a contract between the European Union and the Namibian government and implemented through the National Planning Commission. There is a steering committee for this project. We are one of them on the steering committee on behalf of you. The other one is the Institute for Public Policy Research, and the other one is the Namibia Association for Community-Based Rural Development or something. It's such a long name, and they just have reduced it to NAXO. So these three of us are there on this steering committee to get this program through. But unfortunately, these two are very busy with other stuff. I'm also very busy, but I make a point to know what they are doing and asking a lot of questions. And the first question was the steering committee, because we are three and the government is three. But then there's a chairperson from the National Planning Commission, and I say, three, if we vote, and we vote against government, then there's a tie. Then they say, no, but we will do it with negotiation. I say, yes, but you must think. It could be really a tie. Who's then having the casting vote? No, the National Planning Commission. I said, nice. I said, did you read your page 18? Because there's a line there, and there's a tiny little note that says, at no point may the government representatives be more than civil society. So when there is tie, there is more on that side than on our side. So they said, no. So I didn't get support from these ones here I was saying it's wrong and you are violating your own document, but that is where I didn't get support there. Then it's a 5-year project, and they started in 2020. So we are now, by the end of this year, it will be 2.5 years. So we will be already in the middle. And we haven't really seen anything that has now happened. The issue the biggest issue is to have more working relationships and input from civil society to lawmaking processes. So the EPDN guys have now mainly worked with Parliament, because the way that you can get access to Parliament is through the clerks of the court. Now those are bureaucrats. They are scared of civil society. They don't know how to handle you. So they block everything. So they are now being trained to be open, to say, these guys are not your enemies, you know. And so all the policies and laws and the implementation, do you see? From there into the policies, and from there we are supposed to check, is it implemented? Okay? So what is supposed to be implemented? The Sustainable Development Goals, which Namibia has signed, our government has signed. The National Development Plans, NDP 5 is now done, or it finished end of March. So at the moment we don't have any plan. Because, and that's actually sort of a good thing, because through the African peer review mechanism, which we will be doing next, they agreed, the National Planning Commission agreed, because I was saying, you know, there's so many plans and so many government has agreed, let us first go through the National Plan of Action, worked out through the APRM, which we are talking just now. Then we will do NDP 6. So NDP 6 is put a little bit on hold for the other thing to come in. And then we have, of course, the Harambe HPP number 2, but I mean, that was a presidential thing, so if he is done with his term, that will probably fall away.
Just an observation.
Yeah.
That's become very interesting when it comes to kind of like development things and so. If you look at how many documents you mentioned there, and the end goal.
Yeah, I mean, we need to say this is madness, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So what is going to happen now with this EPDN thing, this project? They will come to everybody and do countrywide consultations on that thing that you have in front of you and say, are you okay with this? Is this what you want? So these two experts were appointed by the NPC, National Planning Commission, because they are the holders of the money from the EU. The task force in Windhoek of the EPDN project are two foreigners. So one from Ghana, one from Ethiopia. The one from Ethiopia had to go home because of family issues, and we said, yeah, if you had a Namibian, he would have stayed here. Now you have a Ghanaian, off he goes. So now the thing is a little bit, I don't know. So here are now two experts. Now one is again a foreigner, but one is a Namibian. So they will come and hear from the regions. What do you think about this thing? And how do you want to organize civil society? How do you want to work together with government? So they don't have the capacity and the time to go to 14 regional meetings. They will cluster the regions and they will have 4 regional meetings. Then I said, whoa, you cannot just jump on this thing. Now you want to have input in this. They don't have nothing. So they said, oh, okay, Carola, we will wait until you have spoken to the people. And then, but they said, cut-off point is end of July. That's why I'm here now, and was in the other, in Kiertmans. That you have the document, that you look at it, that you read on it, that you check it out, that you see what you want and what you cannot make peace with, because they are now in the starting blocks. The NPC has already appointed these guys. They are just waiting for me to say, okay, go. Then they will have only 10 weeks into which they must consult 4 regional meetings and write a report to the government to say this is what civil society says. Then I said, what? Will take us along. We want to be witnesses of what is happening at these meetings. And you will pay for our travel and our accommodation. We don't want SNT, but we don't want to go with our own cars. So they agreed to all of this. They know they have no chance. I am asking, it's going to happen. So 10 weeks after they are out of the starting block. So that would be the whole of August and half of September, then it will be done. So all of this will be on our website, you know, the way that it is going to happen. Brady, what interesting things have you got there?
No, it's just the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can quickly just have a look at that one, what that page says. That gives you a good idea. You can't see there, can you? Is that the one from getting it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's actually saying what I said already.
Yes, I'm just following what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is this mention of a forum here, not a forum of where government and civil society organizations will engage. Okay, so now we are going to the next point. Sorry for the rush. Yes.
This may be the first point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what I already said also, no? That there will this policy makes provision theoretically that civil society could in future tender, bid for services that they can deliver to government on, but from a civil society thing, and that government is supposed to disperse funding then. They must budget for this to be done by civil society organizations, but then there must be a mechanism. How will that happen? And it will be taxpayer money that will then go to you instead of outside funding. But there must be a mechanism found how to do that. And that is what they will ask you to say. How do you think this will work? The biggest criticism against this is saying government has no money. So why are we now, looking at this thing at a time where government constantly just honestly says there's no money? But there are many people who are saying there is lots of money. It's just in the wrong places. No? It's just in the wrong places. Yes?
I just want to extend my apology. I'm having a meeting now too.
Okay.
And I want to thank you all. And, she's here, operating from our office. So I said she must make sure we get the copy of the database. We really commit ourselves to work with the civil society in our town. But again, I agree with you, we need to be organized. That's what I always tell them.
Yes.
Once you're organized, you don't have a problem.
Yes.
Structures recognized by government, isn't it? And please also explain to them the levels of engagement when you are in the office. These levels of engagement. Once you are organized with a structure, it's easily to work.
Yes. Thank you that you stayed so long. I'm very sorry that you are missing the African peer review mechanism, but you can find it
online.
It's all there. Yeah, it's all there. The best for your tenure. Okay. I think let us go to the African peer review mechanism now. You have an idea now what is roughly in here. You know that there's a program through which this will happen, the EPDN, and the program also works on getting civil society and parliament together, but there's not much has happened in that regard. Okay, so now we are going to the African peer review mechanism. Do you know what that, has anybody heard of it? Because we are now already in the third year in Namibia. Yeah. So the African peer review mechanism, your peer is your equal, peer. African peer review mechanism, that word peer means your equal. And the idea is that African countries check one another. And that the society in each country, government writes a report on how they see themselves in the mirror, and then civil society comes in and says, here's no basic income grant, that, and this is what we want to see. And then they have to put it in together so that this is a true picture. And like in the video that you will see now, one of the experts is saying, if you look in the mirror and you don't look nice, you don't break the mirror. You fix your face. Yeah, which is so they say governments, when they see they don't look so nice, they shouldn't say, oh, we don't want this APRM thing. No, you should fix your face.
No, but it's a fake mirror.
A fake mirror.
Yeah. So.
No, I must tell you that this report is actually very honest, very honest. And we also made input. It was done through during COVID. It was an online thing. People could even log on from the regions, but there were only about 17 CSO representatives that made use of the opportunity. So there was a very good country self-assessment report. First it started with the university. They got the tender, UNAM. Their guys wrote this report, then we critiqued it, they changed it again and again and again, and then it was published. Then the second round was a mission from people from other countries. But rationale for the APRM is, why should we be criticized by the EU, by United States, by what? Why can't we do it ourselves? And why can't we help each other in Africa to get our act together? So the second one was then this mission that came from other countries. I was even phoned about elections and stuff, what was happening here in reality, because this mission is supposed to check what is in the report of a country and then go into the country and check all around and say, okay, is this true? This looks very good, you know, Namibia is excellent, wow, is this really true? So they check, and then they write a report on our report. Now that report I haven't seen yet, but it's out. And then they wrote a report, our local guys here, because there is, let me just get this straight here. The nice thing that I like about the APRM is it's not far away. I'm mostly not interested in this United Nations stuff. It's all in Geneva, it's you know, in New York, blah, 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 whatever. But this one is here. And we have a secretariat in Windhoek that is here. And you will hear in the video, if you pay attention, that the head of our secretariat and stuff was supposed to be a minister. But in Namibia, they went even so far to make it more independent. It's a retired ambassador. So that's actually very good. And they are very nice, these ambassadors. I mean, if I call, they pick up. So they are very accessible, they are really independent, and they try to do their work properly.
Because of the international exposure?
Not so much. It's because we are holding them accountable. Yes. You know, we are having them all the time. We are saying, we need this, you said that. Where is it? It's not international. The APRM, most countries outside say, oh, this APRM is not working. Look at the coups, look at this, look at this. You know, they kill each other in Africa, you know. So it depends on us to make this thing work. I don't care about the outside. They are not here when my house burns down. So this APRM thing, they have a secretariat in Windhoek. And there is a CEO for that secretariat. He's also called a focal point, which I find weird. I don't know, but that's how they do it. Sometimes I think you have taken too much from the European Union, making things so complicated. Why do you have two words? So this is Ambassador Mboti, Lenekela Mboti, here. Then we have the secretariat, like I said, and this guy is here, the head. Then we have the National Governance Council. You will hear in the video that the National Governance Council is supposed to come from all spheres of society to be representative. Now that one is not perfect yet. And there are people there that have been appointed, and they must be appointed by the president, that are doing nothing, and others are working very hard. So civil society then said to them, the initial appointments, I said, no man, you guys, President, no, please. You have not appointed anybody for civil society, and civil society is supposed to play a major role. And there's nothing. Then they appointed Uhuru Dempas. I don't know whether you know him. He's very known in the Hardap region. In the Hardap region. He's also working for APRM. He's the director of the Desk for Social Development. He's very much on ancestral land, very much on land reform, very much on social development. Outspoken, he serves on high-level panels on the ancestral land issue and land reform, and now he's also here. So Uhuru is there, but Naita Ishono, the executive director for the Namibia Institute for Democracy, the book that you have, she is now also there for civil society. And she really, because I started saying, guys, you are there for us, we don't hear anything. And then she just also honestly said that, thank you, Bradley. Those are the people that are there. On this. Okay. So this Ambassador Mvula is, I don't know why there is a number 2 something. Oh, that's Mboti. Okay, that one is on the Secretariat. So this one is the head of the National Governance Council. Victor Tonchi was once the top guy from the Electoral Commission. He's also a lecturer at UNAM, does nothing. Then Sam Shivuta, he's the commissioner of NAMRA. No? He seems to be really committed. He was also at our workshop and made a presentation. This one apparently also doing nothing. Matthew Govasep is now elevated to the Eminent Persons Committee or something, Council. So they have all kinds of structures in the APRM which I find tedious and not necessary. This one also doing nothing, this one also doing, this one, number 9. Can you just Miss Salome Kambala, she was the spokesperson for Home Affairs at one point. She's very active. Really, she's very active. This one, John Akuta, he is a human rights lawyer, but he's also the media ombudsman and working many hours for free for civil society. So that's the one that we want to use to dissect this partnership policy for us. What are you saying?
How is
that one.
her friend?
Who's your friend? Betty Schroeder, yeah. Yes, she was supposed to be there, but there was this funeral in Rehoboth for that lady that was so stabbed 24 times. Yeah, exactly. So now she's also visible and so on. Naita Ishono is the NID director. There's Uhuru Dempa. Steve Galloway is everywhere where there's anything to do with economy or business or whatever. Very knowledgeable guy, but very, very busy. But if he can, he's available. So here is now then the APRM. And that is the story as we can. Bradley, can you play the video? Can you put out the lights? You will just check, no? You will see Thabo Mbeki, Olusegun Obasanjo, the former presidents that were coming up with this idea to check ourselves.
After 18 years of existence, The African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, is reaching maturity with the accession of 41 states and the assessment of 24 countries, with some completing 2 country reviews. Entrenched in Pan-Africanism, the APRM responds to Africa's desire to take charge of its future by defining its own priorities. With the vision of a well-governed Africa for the Africa we want, the APRM was conceptualized as a voluntary tool through which African countries will diagnose their governance strengths and weaknesses in the political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance and sustainable socio-economic development, and commit to remedies to better these problems. The mechanism represents a new era in African politics, African solutions for African problems, in contrast to externally imposed one-size-fits-all answers.
As the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is the body of the African Union, our mandate is to promote democratic and political governance, economic governance, corporate governance, and socio-economic development on the African continent to achieve the goal of what we say and what we call under Agenda 2063, the Africa we want.
Le mécanisme a pour vocation d'évaluer la gouvernance. Bien sûr, comme vous le savez, l'adhésion est volontaire. Et ce caractère volontaire est très important. Il est un indicateur, parce que ça se fait au niveau des chefs d'État, bien sûr, et de gouvernement. Cela veut dire que le leadership se soumet à une évaluation. Et ce qui est notable dans ce principe-là, c'est l'auto-évaluation. L'exercice commence par une auto-évaluation. Ce sont les citoyens du pays concerné eux-mêmes qui se posent et qui regardent ce qui se passe dans leur pays et qui évaluent la gouvernance à travers des indicateurs, bien sûr, et des normes qui sont codifiées, comme vous le savez, à travers un questionnaire très élaboré, qui est au standard universel.
The main issue about APRM as an autonomous body of the AU, and a very important one, is about governance. Because good governance that the APRM has a responsibility as its core business to promote is actually a prerequisite, one, for economic growth in member countries and in the whole continent. But secondly, it's also a prerequisite for better socio-economic development of all the people of Africa per country. You destroy good governance in terms of values, in terms of principles that ensure that all the time governments in countries actually govern well. Hence the name good governance.
Good governance for me would be social protection, ensured social protection, upward growth trajectories, not just GDP, because as we all know, GDP is not an indicator of human security, and the respect to the rule of law. So what the Constitution says stands. The Constitution mustn't be amended to fit elite interests. It must always be citizen-centric.
The APRM initiatives have transformed Africa's governance scenery over the last 17 years. Significant progress has been made on various fronts, including improved accountability and transparency, increased citizens' participation in monitoring development and governance trends, and increased budgetary allocation to key sectors such as infrastructure, agriculture, education, health, and security. The APRM is a tool for sharing experiences, reinforcing best practices, identifying deficiencies, and assessing capacity building needs necessary to foster policies, standards, and practices that lead to political stability, high economic growth, sustainable development, and accelerated sub-regional and continental economic integration.
APRM is a mirror. So when you look at yourself in a mirror and you see that you have a pimple, you don't break the mirror. You go and fix the pimple. So that's really the whole logic of the APRM. It's a mirror that presidents themselves agree on, that let's look at each other, but then they advise each other on peer basis, peer learning basis, and also in terms of experience sharing.
What usually, the way the process typically works first is that a country accedes to the mechanism, and then we help the country to set up systems, institutions, structures, processes, so that it's able to assess itself. And that the institution will be a focal point at the top, which is usually a minister of government, sort of the liaison at two levels. Liaison between the APRM at the national level and the government, and the APRM at the country level with the APRM at the continental level. Then you have, which is probably the most critical structure of the process, there is a National Governing Council or Commission. Now, again, the idea is that the Commission or Council should be representative of society. So it has membership from government, from civil society, from the academy, from, in many cases, the legislature, the judiciary. You have youth, women. So the idea is that you have a body that is representative. And it is the National Governing Council that actually runs the process.
Over the years, the APRM process has been embedded and improved to better serve its role of being a tool for good governance in the continent. The first ever APRM strategic plan covering the period 2016 to 2020 was approved at the extraordinary APR Forum meeting held in Nairobi in August 2016. It focused on the 3 R's program of restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of the APRM. The 2020 to 2023 strategic plan is premised on the theme, governance as a tool for Africa's integration. This strategy builds on the achievements made under the strategic plan and focuses on positioning the APRM Secretariat as the AU reference point on governance.
Okay, so you have a little bit of an idea. What do you think? Does it give you hope?
Very much. Yeah, the hope is there.
There is hope.
And that implies
there is hope.
Africa is their source.
Yeah. Yeah. But that is where we come in. We need to keep them on their toes.
Yes.
And it's working because they're actually, you know, I'm telling you, these guys are saying, you know, when Carola calls, always, you know, so all of you can do that, you know, at the regional level to check this thing. If you go to our website and you go to this info for CSOs, if Bradley clicks there, there's the APRM stuff. Oh, you already put it there. Okay. So there's the Namibia review report, but just the key highlights. But that one is the one that comes from the continent, really. That is not the XR, right?
No, it's not. That's
This
just
one,
the key highlights. Yeah.
but that is from the ones that came from the other people, no? outside Namibia, but African countries, and it's experts. It's not presidents or annual reports from CSOs. Then you have the sustainable. It was launched this year. It's called the Welwitschia Fund. You know, Welwitschia's live long, right?
Yes.
And the money, if we get oil, for instance, the money from the diamonds, the fish, they should go in here. So the our generation not allowed to touch it. So that when the diamonds are finished, there is some make input. I asked the guy that's in the secretariat is a little bit harakat. So I was asking, you know, when is the deadline for civil society input, but he hasn't answered me yet. He said, I'm too busy, I'm too busy. So when we come back, I will ask when is the deadline, because that's the National Plan of Action, which they took out of this country report to say these are the issues that we must tackle. And they have now said, not, you know, there are many issues, and they cut it and cut it and cut it to say which issues can we do with the money that government has currently, and how, and that we can do within 1 year. So all the others I've chucked out. It's 56 pages, and then there's a log frame thing which is horrible to read. So I went and I summarized this long story in 4 pages to say what are the issues, just that we can get an idea, because it's so much, you know, you can't get it. So these are the issues that, for instance, they say, okay, number 1, we must first ratify these standards and codes. Then we must do upholding the separation and balance of power. You know that we have the ministers in parliament, so the executive is within the legislature. That's wrong. We have been speaking about this a lot. Now it is suddenly in this thing. Do you see? This APRM is something we should use. Yes. And this can be fixed very quickly. You just chop out the ministers. You know, you go to the party list and you put the next people in. No election, no cost, it can be done. Okay. Then we have prevention and management of intra and interstate conflicts. Because of this poverty in everything, there is always a risk that your people will make war against your government. So they are already looking at that one and saying, people, we need to take care of the poverty and of the big income gaps, otherwise our people will come and rise up. But there's also interstate conflicts, you know. What about, you know, if countries have different interests and they have conflicts, interstate conflicts, also from people like for instance Angola, the people coming to Namibia because they die of hunger in Angola, which is a very rich country with oil reserves and what. So how do you have these ones organized? Here, for instance, violation of land rights of the marginalized, this fencing off of communal land by ministers and stuff. No? Lack of cohesion amongst various ethnic groups. We have a lot of tribal things that are going, you know, name calling and so on. Here, regionalism, where people say, no, this is my region, we must get the work. Now you bring people from another region, but we are one Namibia. But on the other hand, we all want, you know, there needs to be, we need to be talking about this.
Is where the politics comes in.
Exactly, yeah. So you see, there are lots of things, we don't have time to get through them. We must actually put this on, probably also up on the website under the APRM. And we are going to try and get the National Plan of Action will also be there. And like I said, they worked really hard on it for a week in Swakop. Our own people were there. Naita was there. I really think they did the best they could, that they could. But now it is for us to know what's in it and to see how we can contribute. I generally think it's a good thing. I don't have much criticism against it. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, sir. No long stories.
What is the chin?
Yeah.
Chin. 10 weeks.
Yeah.
It's the plane.
Yeah, but that is why I said stop. Let me plow the ground. Let me make people aware. Let me give the people the document.
Yeah.
And then you can come. Okay? But I mean, it is short. The last thing that is on your, if you look at your program, like I said, people keep this thing that you always refer to back and study the stuff and remember what we were talking about and look back at the documents up on the website. The Anti-Corruption Commission has also published their National Anti-Corruption Strategy and Action Plan. And interestingly enough, because there's now this fight, you know, is it NAMGOF, is it Civic plus 264? Always people at NAMGOF. We say NAMGOF doesn't exist. Hallelujah. Now the Anti-Corruption Commission has put us in the steering committee as the only representative for civil society. There is the Council of Churches is there for faith-based, and the Editors Forum is there for the media fraternity. But for the rest of civil society, we are the only ones. And Paulus, no, I was saying, hey, Carola, you are back. I said, yeah, you put me there, you didn't even know. You know? And I said, you will be sorry that you put me there. Anyways, that's how it works. And there's this, they are very confused. Oh my God, we had an induction. We will have to sit down with them and say, okay, now let's just sort this out, because your induction was so confused. Nobody knows where we are coming and where we are going, and they want feedback. The idea is that in this anti-corruption thing, that every organization, also civil society, checks where they have gaps in their way of functioning, where there is possibility for corrupt activities. So everybody must report back and say, how are you set up to prevent, corruption, and that goes for state-owned enterprises, it goes for ministries, it goes for every structure, including civil society also, the churches, everything. There was, in fact, the Financial Intelligence Center has a report on civil society and flagged faith-based organizations as one of the places where there's a lot of corruption and money laundering. Yeah. So, yeah. That is this one, and then the local authorities. People, you have to, now I put here local authorities, last point. We have to help our town councils and stuff, that they understand when you go into the council chamber, your political party stays outside. Yes. Our Comas governor, McLeod Kachirua, she is saying that is when we enter the council chambers, our political party stays outside. Yes. Because in here should only be issues that concern your town, if it is the local authority. I found it ridiculous that if there is an issue and people vote and they vote according to their conscience and according to the issue, then they get accused. You cannot vote together with SWAPO, you are fired. SWAPO says, no, you cannot vote with the opposition, you are fired. I mean, what is this? This is nonsense. It's about the issue. Why are you firing people? People that are stealing should be fired, not people who are making the right decision, but not by accident, but because of the situation, you vote together with somebody who's not from your party. It's irrelevant. The issue is the thing, but if you are not, I mean, I haven't heard anything in Luderitz, but in my hometown, Grootfontein, oh my God. So there was terrible stuff.
But in the local authority act, it is there.
What?
Whenever you go into the chambers,
yeah,
political parties,
exactly.
outside.
You see?
You are there for a common cause.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't know that. That's a good thing.
In the local authority act.
Yeah.
He was a former councillor.
So you know best. For which constituency? For the one that's
local authority.
Local authority, not me. For Lüderitz.
Yeah, for Luderitz. Yeah.
Okay, for how long?
For 5 years.
Which years?
2015 to 2020.
Okay, cool.
So I was the only PDM amongst the 6 of SWAPO.
Yes.
So now you can imagine.
Yes. you grew some muscle, right? Yeah. Okay. People, I just want to thank you all for staying. We are going to have lunch. You need to take these things seriously, work on them, stay together, hold your elected officials and the ones that are paid to do their services on our behalf.
Sorry.
Yeah, can you please get your feedback forms? Can you just give to Morris?
Instead of the agreement, we make as as a community, right? Local
Julle moet ophou huil. Ja, dat is my grootste probleem met julle aktiviste. Julle huil die hele tyd. Julle moet ophou huil. Ek is 'n vrou, hoe kry ek goede reg? Ek kry niks reg.